dig if you could bury me. I'd claw my way back through hell to bring you to your knees. I wanna see your face as you watch the world fall apart at the seams. I know all your secrets, I know all your lies. You should know what goes around comes around. You get what you came for. This time you've gone too far. I think you should know what you've done. You get what you deserve. You think you sit back and act like everything's okay. Stripped of your crown, knocked off your throne. It's the price you pay. I wanna see your face as you watch the world fall apart at the seams. I know all your secrets, I know all your lies. You should know what goes around comes around. You get what you came for. This time you've gone too far. I think you should know what you've done. You get what you deserve. You get what you came for. This time you've gone too far. I think you should know what you've done. You get what you deserve. You cross the line and wrong the right. It's hard the night. You cry wolf. I've heard it 1,000 times. You get what you came for. This time you've gone too far. I think you should know what you've done. You get what you deserve. You get what you came for. This time you've gone too far. I think you should know what you've done. You get what you deserve. You know what you You get what you deserve. You know what you You get what you Tell me just how deep you would dig if you could bury me. I'd claw my way back through hell to bring you to your knees. I wanna see your face as you watch the world fall apart at the seams. I know all your secrets, I know all your lies. You should know what goes around comes around. You get what you came for. This time you've gone too far. I think you should know what you've done. You get what you deserve. You get what you came for. This time you've gone too far. I think you should know what you've done. You get what you deserve. You get what you came for. This time you've gone too far. I think you should know what you've done. You get what you deserve. You get what you You get what you deserve. You get what you You get what you
All right, so let's get this started. And there's my logo. My avatar is being a bit wonky, but give it time and things will be a-okay. Anyway, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the... Well, actually, it's Friday, and it's the Merry Sunday... Friday's best.
A little bit of salt.
I know. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Oh, sorry. This is the Friday's best. It's the first one in over a long time, and this has been a long time since I did a Friday show. But we're going to be going over some of the recent issues regarding Mary and how much of a sociopathic narcissist she really is. And since I'm doing it on both Streamlabs and StreamYard, it's going to be something insane to think about. And for those of you who already are not initiated, in case anyone is... in case anyone needs a refresher on who we're dealing with, let's just say that the person we're looking at is a mentally unstable woman who goes by the YouTube handle Adrazdia, a 37-year-old, well, she's going to be 37 in a few weeks, because her birthday is coming up and she is losing her fucking mind. Mary Margaret Barone, as I said before, is known for, well, one thing and a few things. One, of course, is being totally batshit crazy. But we'll deal with that in a moment. Other reasons for that. And oh. Okay, so yeah. Other things that Mary is known for is, well, her constant e-begging, her refusal to accept criticism, and her blatant accusation towards people who have tried to help her. People like her family have tried to help Mary, but of course, knowing the type of sick sociopathic brat she really is, it's obvious that it's warranted. Anyway, to make light of the type of person Adrazia really is, for those of you who still are unaware of what kind of person Adrazia really is, There is a YouTube channel that goes by the name Adonis Paul, who has made several, and I mean several videos. Well, actually, he has made an entire series. Sorry, I was a bit distracted, but if you don't know who Adrasia is, which I'm going to say again, for those of you who still aren't unaware of the type of person she is, there is a YouTube channel that went by the name Adonis Paul, that goes by the name Adonis Paul, who made not one, not two, but 3 documentaries detailing her early years to the recent insanity that is her life. And of course, because of those documentaries, Adrasia has gone on to try and, well, retcon the entire thing. Retcon her past. And a lot of people have gotten a bit upset about the type of person she really is. And rightfully so. One of the first videos we'll be looking at before we, because like I said, we got a guest coming in, and I'm not going to be doing this by myself. I would share the link out to the StreamYards, but yeah. For those of you who still want to come in and point it out, the link to the StreamYards would be realized, but I pretty much retracted it. A lot of people, since someone told me that there will be strangers who will probably ruin your stream and probably get your channel taken down. I mean, this has happened with a lot of people. And there are evil people out there who will ruin people just for the fun of it. But I already sent the link in a message. Maybe I'll send it on Discord. But for right now, let's take a look at the recent insanity that is Adrasia. Let's move over to this stream. I know a lot of people are doing streams at the same time as I am, and because I shared the same followers with people who do streams around the same time, it's going to be hard to get some traction. So bear with me. For the person who is watching this, the only person watching my stream, please, if you could, like this stream and share it with your friends if you have to. It would help a lot. It would help out a lot. Because, again, I'm still doing this on my own, and it's hard to, keep track of everything. And because I am extremely impressionable, it's hard to, maintain a sense of stability. But I try, and this is what I do. So let's start this.
Push everything back and forget about it, then it'll go away and it'll be fine. And everything will be fine. And that's not how it works, because the memories, they come back. And you want to talk about it, and there's nobody to talk about it with, because there's nobody that will accept that you're telling the truth, even if they were there. My grandmother
Hey,
didn't have
Michael.
to deal with that. She had a family that actually loved and understood and spoke to her truthfully about what happened. When she had a moment where she desperately needed to be believed, she had siblings that she could call that would believe her because they lived through it and they knew. Because they got a lot of money from taking the will that was left. I can't call my mother to help put anything in place because for the same reason. The only reason she has a house to live in now is because they stole everything I was supposed to get with the will. And since they took my money from the will, they need me to die. So they can no longer have me as a family member. They can no longer accept me and love me and talk to me and listen to me because my life, every day living, is a terror for them because somebody might look into that will situation and figure out that they took it all from me.
Will situation, individuals.
And I don't even care. Let them have the money. Let them have the house. Let them have everything that they wanted. All I wanted was my story.
It's not your
And
story
they
to begin with,
took
dum-dum.
that too. When my little sister was messaging me saying that she was going to come to California and kill me, or that they were going to do the will reading, and I wouldn't be safe if I came because everybody in the family was going to be there with weapons ready to take me out if I showed up. I told her that I didn't even care about the will anymore.
I just need this.
I told her she could have it if they would just let me have my story.
Again, Mary. It's not your story. It's Dave Pelzer's story. So yeah, you fail on that regard.
I told her they could have all of the money if they would just go away and leave me alone and never bother me about talking out and speaking out about what I went through again. They took the money, and now they're still bothering me about speaking out because Kathy won't stop. Kathy didn't get any money from it, so why should she?
Maybe because Kathy isn't a... Maybe Kathy knows that you're full of shit. And this is one of the things that you have to understand when it comes to someone like Adrastia. She does this all the time. She blames almost everyone for why she can't do anything. She blamed her family for why she is mentally fucked up. She blames internet trolls for why she can't get a job. And she pretty much blames YouTube reaction channels for why she wants to die. It's obvious that anyone who has spent an entire year, well, almost a year since... Actually, no, it is a year. If you think about it, it's February 4th, and it's around this time where everyone, even Adonis Paul, started looking into Adrastia because most people who haven't known the type of person Adrastia is, they can vouch. Well, let's just say, for those who are still uninitiated or still unaware of this type of person, let's just, I'll just tell you an abridged variation of the story. So, she's a pathological liar. That's all you can know. She is she can never tell the truth, even to save her ass. She pretty much throws everyone under the bus, and she hates criticism and is rude to people in her comments. Most of the time, she blocks people or deletes comments that try to give her any advice on how she can improve herself.
Right? Once it's all over with, she gave the money to my mom and my sisters, and my mom and my sisters have been gone. They haven't said anything because they know goddamn well that Nikki got that message saying that they could have the money, and I wouldn't fight it. I wouldn't care if they would let me have my story.
Yeah, she is still going on about the will. So she has been saying this for almost 5 years or 7 years, probably around the time when her grandmother passed away in 2011. And she complains about the will, about how her grandmother left her some form of inheritance in the form of $10,000. And one of the things that most people point out, one of the most arguable tropes about Adrazia is the fact that she complains about how she was left absolutely nothing in her will. But she was given the property, well, some portion of that property, but she was given some form of property, but when she asked about what she was going to do with that inheritance, they pretty much told her to, well, figure it out. Or that's her variation of the story. If you haven't paid attention, Adrazia is not a reliable narrator.
They won't let me have my story, which makes me want the money. If I can't have my story, I want the money because I can't live off of either. All I want is to be believed.
That's another Adrazia euphemism is her crying, saying, all I want to be is believed. If you haven't paid attention, this is one of the things that Adrazia is known for, is her telling a little fable or white lie, and then when people call her out on it, she throws a hissy fit. Adonis Paul pointed this out in Mayo 3, that the one thing that upsets Adrazia the most is the fact that she doesn't get support. And these are one of the various instances where she does get extremely upset. Because at this point, if you look at her analytics, if you look at Adrazia's channel, she is almost at 900 subscribers. But most of those subscriber counts are pretty much hate subscribers. And she has acquired a hate following. A large hate following from the Daywave community as well as Adonis Paul's community. She was one of the people that coined the term the fuck people, and it pretty much stuck. The people that talk about Adrazia, they pretty much have been in contact with her family, including her Aunt Kathy, who has started a YouTube channel last summer where she pretty much points out all the bullshit in her narrative, in Mary's stories. And bless Aunt Kathy's heart for standing up to Mary because most of her family, they pretty much don't want anything to do with her. They're tired of her lying about them, lying about how she was abused and how everyone in her family is a murdering child molester or chomo. I believe that she confuses her dad with Kenneth McBride, but that's just me. Speaking of Kenneth, one of the reasons why I have said that Adrassi is 10 times worse than Shani, and most definitely 10 times worse than Truthfully Trisha, is because, well, she was involved in a murder case that took place almost 13 years ago. Well, it's gonna be 13 years in a few weeks because her birthday is around that same time.
Wouldn't care if I spent the rest of my life homeless living on a street if people believed me. That would be fine. If I lived without a single penny to my name for the rest of my life, I would not care as long as I was believed when I spoke. Because the truth is the only thing that's important. Nothing else matters. Nothing else matters.
I'm eating macaroni goulash right now.
But the truth. And I have been telling it. I have been telling it. I have been screaming it. I have been whispering it. I have been crying it. I have been begging for so long to be heard. I have been telling the truth.
That's true. I guess you could say that little gift.
My family is abusive and they will never stop.
And this is a thing that and this is another one of Adrasia's tropes, is she always keeps saying that her family is abusive. She keeps lying and saying that her family wants her dead because in her mind, in her little myopic brain, everyone in her family hates her. Sure. Oh yeah, I was messaging Reality Check about the documents regarding the regarding the will.
They have convinced thousands of other people that they're not abusive so that these people will harass and terrorize me on their behalf. And it is not fair. They took everything. They took the money, promising me that I could have my story, and then they took my story too. And now they want my life.
Hold on. I'm just scrolling down to her comments, and I don't know if this Daddy's Boy Thomas Comes to Breakfast VHS fan is legitimate, but from what I heard, what he said, and I'm going to quote this from Daddy's Boy Thomas. He said, me and your father used to volunteer at a soup kitchen together every weekend. Nicest man I ever knew. We would literally give the clothes off his back to people in need. I hate to see you slander him. I don't know if that person is exactly legitimate, but it goes to show that the type of person Mary is that she is nothing more than a pathological liar. And Melanie Hyder said, Mary, although it is traumatic to you, why should it matter to strangers what happened in your childhood? what do you think would actually happen if people were to say, "Yes, I believe you"? There seems to be there seems to have been some abuse in her family, and she had a traumatic childhood. If people do not believe your narrative, that is stressing to you. I understand that, but what do you exactly think would happen if people were to believe you? Unless there are some legal consequences, which you want to pursue, there are no reason why the world should care about your childhood trauma. Sorry to be so harsh, Mary. Sorry. I really think you need to realize this. You have talked about your family abuse in your book. The rest of your family is not supporting your side of the story. People are getting frustrated with you because I am sensing that a lot of people here have been through a lot worse than you. They know what the world is not going to stop. They know that the world is not going to stop spinning. President Biden's not going to come and give you the Purple Heart for braveness or a check for 100,000, 1 million dollars because you have suffered from abuse in your childhood. There are over 160,000 child abuse cases in the U.S. each year, and this is sad, but demonstrates that your situation isn't uncommon. Even if you were able to prove beyond doubt that something awful happened to you when you were little, I am sorry to say that it probably would not make the slightest bit of difference based on your documented behavior in how negative the majority of people would perceive you. Melanie Hyder, you couldn't have said it better. I couldn't have said it better myself. But this is the thing with Mary. She automatically believes that the world revolves around her. That is her coping mechanism, and most people see that.
I have nothing but my story left. And
By the way, every time she says, "I have nothing but my story," it's obvious that it's not even her story. If you read Mayo, if you watched Mayo Part 1, if you've watched Mayo Part 1, there is an instance in where Adonis Paul brushes up on the story, the book that Mary wrote, the one that says, "I'll never stop screaming." Her book, "I'll Never Stop Screaming," which, of course, is pretty much a blatant ripoff of Dave Pelzer's more popular A Child Called It. Not only that, but he briefly says that it kind of sounds like a junior high's badly written book report about it with a series of spelling and grammatical errors. And I can attest to that. I mean, maybe in some shape or form she was abused at a very young age, but again, if you think about it, the thing with Adrassi is that anything she says or does should be taken with a grain of salt. Or actually, no, scratch that. A pillar of salt. Like I said, she is known to lie all the time. She is known to constantly lie. Constantly. And she obviously has no remorse every time people point out the fallacies in her story.
I have taken it, which leaves me nothing. No hope that anything is ever going to get better. No hope or possibility that anybody's ever going to believe me and understand what I'm going through and actually care. There is no hope for me left.
Mm.
Absolutely no hope for me to ever be believed. and accepted in this world as a human being that's not just a lying piece of garbage, because I didn't lie. My family lied, and the people that made these videos about me lied. And my life is over because of their lies. I'm no longer allowed to live. I'm no longer allowed to exist, to wake up tomorrow knowing that there's just lies spreading around me that everybody believes, and there's not a single person in the world that will ever believe the truth. And the truth is what it is. It's what I've been telling for so long. My father handicapped his own child. That is not something that I made up.
Actually, Mary, it is something you made up, because according to some people, that's not how you actually get cerebral palsy, by being handicapped.
He crippled his own son and then used him as a drug mule. I am not a liar. I am not lying, but it doesn't matter. Nobody will ever believe me. My family won. They got the money and they got the story. And they killed me. They got everything that they have always wanted in life.
But he's a fuck person. Yeah. They stole money from me. They stole inheritance from me. Yeah.
Does it matter what stranger?
I mean, sorry, I just need to. You're just gonna have to look at my face for a bit, because I'm gonna be speaking with Reality Check. If you have anything, I should put on some music. Hold on now. Again, this is, keep in mind that I'm doing this by myself, and it's very hard to do it by yourself, especially if you have no experience in doing streams. Even though I've spent it 2.5 years, well, 3.5 years doing this type of shit. So, again, you're gonna have to listen to the music, or I can just use the intro. Yeah. If you have any info, you can on Mary. You can share it in the Discord server. All right. Let's get back to work. And yes, I put the music on.
Think, why does it matter if strangers don't believe you? Because Kathy is not a stranger. There's a channel here on YouTube called Aunt Kathy's Storytime. That channel is my aunt, blood relative, my mother's sister, a woman who knew how abusive my father was before I even entered this world. and she's in complete denial.
Lock on Stratos said, Lock on Stratos says, I have little reason to believe that Mary has been abused in any shape or form as a child. Far as I'm concerned, she's just a spoiled, rotten to the core brat. Yeah, that pretty much sounds about right, Lock on Stratos. And as well, for those of you who are still tuning in, again, please like the stream and subscribe if you want to see more. Share this shit around with your buddies to get everyone speaking. I mean, it means a lot to me.
Refuses to accept, refuses to validate what happened. And everybody is on her side. If they were just random people online, it would not hurt.
That's true.
If they were strangers who...
Yeah, Mike. Yeah. Come on. I'm just going to do it like this. Sometimes my computer gets wonky. And I've had this for almost a year. Almost a year. Got it 2 years ago. 2 Christmases ago.
Random people online, it would not hurt. If they were strangers who had no way of knowing, it would not matter. It's not strangers. It's my family. It's my aunt and her children. Y'all, it's my family, okay? Okay.
Oh, there you go.
It's not like extended family. It's not like it's family that I never met. They're blood. My grandmother's child. My grandmother's children. They were sisters. Related by blood. Lived in the same house for their childhood. Sisters. Blood. Sisters.
It does take some getting used to. And because and yes, like I said, because I'm a small channel, because I'm still starting out, we're still learning the curve. It can be a bit difficult. Michael Hatfield said, "Oh, woe's me, poor Drastic. Here's the world's smallest violin, just playing for her. She thinks people not calling her are abusive." That pretty much sounds right, Michael. That pretty much sounds exactly what it is.
And one of them is perfectly fine with denying the fact that her little sister was beat every night.
Yeah, sorry about the chewing. Sorry. Yeah, that does sound about right, Michael, that a lot of people, anyone who doesn't spoil a Draza is abusive. That kind of does sound like the point, but anything that Mary says should be taken with a grain of salt. And that does sound exact.
You know, she admitted, one time she admitted that Katrina made her choice. What does that mean? Well, that means that her little sister chose to be with an abuser. And therefore, the rest of the family holds no accountability for what happened because her sister chose to stay with an abuser. And therefore, she chose for her children to be abused. And therefore, her children don't have the right to speak out about it because their mother chose that life for them. That's what my family believes. That because my mother chose the life of abuse for her and her children, that we should never, ever be able to speak about it because it was a choice. It was a choice for her. It wasn't a choice.
Violins in the chat for Adrastia. Violins in the chat for Adrastia because, oh, woe is fucking me. I'm an abuse victim. Please feel sorry for me. You know, you're right, Lock on Strauss. Kathy never said anything like that.
For me, it wasn't a choice for my sisters. It was not a choice for my brother. My little brother was born handicapped because of the abuse from our father. And my family's like, well, yeah, but that was his choice, you know. It was little Ronnie's choice to live that way. You know, he was born into a family that chose violence and sexual abuse. And so that's what you have to deal with. That's your life. You're not allowed to talk about it. And if you do talk about it, we'll call you a liar and make documentaries about you saying that you're a liar who deserves to be tortured and abused because you lied about torture and abuse because your family will not admit to what happened. Y'all literally contacted my abusive family to prove that there was no abuse in the family. And then that was all you needed. That was it. That's it. They just, you know, you contacted an abusive family. They said you weren't abusive, so you started abusing their victim because that makes perfect sense. Nobody in their right mind would take an abusive family's word over this. Nobody. Y'all say you're journalists. You have
Lock on Stratos said, your mother loved your brother dearly, more than you will ever love anyone else. And I fucking agree with that one, Lock on Stratos. And Michael Hatfield followed up with, it was so abusive, yet she left him there and didn't report it. Yep. Now I gotta ask myself this question. Why is Mary such an egotist? Why is she such an egotist? Well, there's an answer. Her grandmother spoiled her rotten, and now that's all she ever knows is. And Kathy has said it best. She is a selfish, greedy, spoiled brat who will never take responsibility for herself.
absolutely no journalistic integrity. So you're not journalists. You can never be journalists if you don't have any journalistic integrity. If you're presenting stories where you're demonizing the victim of the situation because you don't like the victim. There's an accident, dude. Go around. Sorry.
Yeah, that kind of sounds exactly what Mary is. A perpetual victim who, yeah, like I said, I have said that there are some aspects to Mary's story that I do find fascinating. Well, mostly the parts about her on when she was talking about her homeless life. Those are pretty much what I find intriguing. When she was living out on the streets the first time we've ever saw her, and that was in the first half of May of 1, where she was living on the streets, living in a tent. Where she was living on the streets in a tent. That's what I thought were pretty much fascinating. That's what I found was fascinating, was when she was recording her progress in trying to survive on Skid Row. However, that went all the way downhill because, however, it didn't last. It wasn't long enough before Mary started playing the victim and saying that she threatens to commit suicide every time she doesn't get her way. And it is obvious that Mary is so used to getting her way that she can't even comprehend what it's like to take accountability for her actions. I mean, look at her. Do you really think anyone is going to take pity on someone who obviously can't even take care of themselves or that refuses to take care of themselves?
And then y'all say, well, these.
All right, I'm going to see if I can. Nope. Wrong one.
And then y'all say, well, these are the things that you should talk about in therapy. I can't go to therapy anymore because you guys threatened my therapist's life and license, remember? And then you'll say, well, that's your fault. You let your therapist's name slip.
Aha! You make an amazing point, Lock-On Stratos. Lock-On Stratos said, Mary loves nobody and is absolutely incapable of loving anyone. All she'll do is use them for her own benefit, like how she did to her grandmother. Like I said, that's an excellent point, Lock-On Stratos.
Take accountability for the fact that you said your therapist's name, and that's why she received death threats. It's your fault. No, it's not.
Well, actually, it is her fault. It is actually her fault that she pretty much doxed her therapist's phone number and said her name, and people called her to inform her that she is nothing more than a pathological liar. Once again, this is just bullshit that she likes to use as a way to make everyone else look like the bad guy, and she like the poor abuse, the perpetual victim she is. Never, ever is she ever going to take accountability for herself. And that's the type of person we see with Mary.
Nobody deserves to have death threats just because somebody said their name. And y'all say, well, just get another therapist and don't ever speak their name so that we won't ever know who they are to harass and intimidate them. I can't. I no longer feel like I can have a therapist because any therapist I have, you guys are going to harass and intimidate. And you'll say, well, just don't say their name. It's not that easy for me. When I start talking, I just talk. I don't always think, okay? And I say names. Oh, my therapist, Kanisha, said this. Well, now we know her therapist is named Kanisha. Let's send death threats to everybody named Kanisha in California. No, that's not okay. And you'll tell me I have to take accountability and responsibility for the fact that you sent my therapist threatening messages. So I'm no longer allowed to have a therapist because you threatened to kill her. How am I supposed to take accountability for your threats? How am I supposed to take accountability for your actions, your threats? The fact that you guys bombarded a mental health clinic with calls and harassment. I have to take accountability for what you guys did?
Yes. You have to take accountability for what you did. For putting her information out there. For filming her phone number. This is almost as bad as when you accidentally doxed yourself by filming your electric bill. And we all know how that turned out, right, guys? We all know how that turned out.
When you guys have been absolutely destroying my life for the past year, Because you don't believe that I'm telling the truth? I had a therapist, remember?
Had.
And y'all took her away from me because you didn't believe I was telling her the truth.
No, we didn't do shit. No, they didn't do shit. No one did shit. That was all you. You pretty much put her information out there. VMAX says you put her name out there. You put your miserable life out there, so boo-hoo for you. You're using trolls as an excuse not to go to therapy. And Melanie Hyder follows up with, and I'm reading her comments again. The comments. I'm just reading the comments that people left. Mary, the emails to your therapist came mainly from one individual. The therapist did not seem to be worried about the emails. She just wanted to discuss the situation. With you. She suggested that you may consider going into a clinic for a few days. But it was you yourself who then canceled your arrangement with your therapist. Whilst I understand that you may have been worried about the safety of your therapist because you take emails and messages from people on the internet, even people who live in foreign countries, so very serious. However, nobody else would be worried about these types of messages and would just dismiss them. I guarantee if you were to explain the situation to a new therapist, they would not deny you their service on the grounds of the trolling mails you received. By the way, I think you have the potential to change. If you do, you may find the people will likely like you and the idea you have about being an eccentric cat woman. LA vlogger who has mental health issues, has been through a lot of crazy stuff, may work for you. I guess. El Doctor De Cringe said, you doxed your therapist. It's your fault. You put their info out on YouTube. Other YouTubers know better than to dox people. Exactly. Everybody keeps saying, you doxed your therapist. And that is true. Adrasia did dox her therapist. So, again, whose fault is it that she canceled her therapist? She canceled her therapy? Again, there's only one common denominator in all of this, and that's Mary. She put her therapist's information out there. So, again, let's continue.
Because you don't believe I'm telling you the truth. So no, I can't just go to my therapist and talk to my therapist because you guys don't believe that I'm telling my therapist the truth. And so you'll threaten to have my therapist killed.
Once again, nobody wanted to kill your therapist. You're making that shit up. And this is a thing that Mary likes to do as a way to alleviate herself from all personal burdens, is to fabricate a story hoping that someone will believe her, and then it'll move on from there. But then again, Mary knows that what she's saying probably is bullshit, or either that or I know. All right, let's continue.
Because that's how much control you motherfuckers have over my life. That you control whether or not I'm allowed to have a therapist. You control whether or not I'm allowed to speak the truth about my life and my mind. You control that. Because if you don't like it, you'll have hundreds of thousands of people call, threaten, mail, do anything they can to stop me, right? To stop me from speaking out, from having a therapist, from getting help, from getting better. And then tell me to keep taking accountability for your actions against me.
This is my first time. This is my first time using. Sorry, I'm messaging reality check.
It's so funny. We convinced a mentally unwell person that we were going to murder her therapist, and now the mentally unwell person doesn't believe she can have a therapist, and it's hilarious. It's so funny, isn't it? We fucked over the life of a mentally ill woman. It's so hilarious. This woman will never again confide in a therapist or feel safe or feel like anybody can help her, and it's just the funniest thing in the world.
Not really.
Yeah, you're right. Somebody did send me money for weed today. My grandmother did. From beyond the grave. I went recycling and found a $5 bill in a fucking garbage can. That's why I'm walking to go and get my weed now. It didn't come from anybody that you guys can physically assault. Sorry. But if you want to attempt to assault the ghost of my grandmother who is still fighting to keep me going every day, go for it. That's your prerogative, isn't it?
Well, in a way, but again, Mary, 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 Mary. You have created yourself into becoming a monster.
It's not okay, and I will never say it's okay. Kathy has lied! Kathy has lied to you! And you believe it, and now you're torturing me because of her goddamn lies! I told the truth! I told the truth! I told the truth! My goddamn father was a monster! I told the truth! God damn it!
Damn! That's gonna be my. Oh, by the way, this part.
I told the truth! God damn it!
That's gonna be my new notification sound for when I get donations. I just need to figure out how to use it.
Now I have a question for you guys, because you seem to believe that if an actor jokes using inanimate objects, they obviously do these things in their real life too, because you can't just make jokes. Does that mean that all of you who are daily telling me that you would kill me would really kill me?
No!
I mean,
No, Mary. Nobody is gonna kill you. Nobody is gonna kill you. Just you and I. I'm just testing it out. I am just testing it out.
it's not a joke, right? If somebody
Mary has a tendency of taking everything seriously, am I right? Of course she does. Holy crap. 1 hour, an hour and 5 minutes and 43 seconds. So we are making good. Like I said, like I said, a lot of people are doing streams at around the same time as I am. So again, I'm gonna expect low traction, but that's gonna be all right for me because That means I can, I don't know, drone on, play some Mary videos, and then we'll get some info from one of our reliable sources.
Doing something to a
In an hour.
doll.
In an hour, I'll send the link to Reality Check again through Discord. I'll send it to her on Discord to the invite in a few minutes. I mean, in the next hour.
As a joke is pedophilia, then threatening to murder somebody or talking about killing somebody makes you a murderer, right? That
This logic is completely fucked. Then again, Mary's logic is extremely fucked. So, I honestly don't understand what the fuck she's saying. I just think that, Mary, you're trying to invent your own victimhood. You're trying to utilize or try to, like, shift the blame onto other people. But I know you, Mary. I've spent almost a year covering your videos, and you're not innocent. You never were innocent.
that's how this works.
Jokes are not
If you just talk about something, if you joke about something or pantomime it, that means that you've done it. That means a lot of you are murderers.
Oh, God.
That's kind of fucked up.
Where the fuck is she getting this information from? Where the fuck is she getting this information saying that we're all murderous because we joke about wanting her dead? No, you fucking idiot. All right, let's see some old shit. And this was on January 28th. Last Friday. This was last Friday. So,
inanimate object on a TV show where he made a lot of dirty jokes
yeah, she's talking about Bob Saget.
off screen. Y'all hate him.
All right, let me look.
Again, I just need to point out the hypocrisy that you people hate
I'll be right
Bob
back.
Saget. You call Bob Saget a pedophile. You spread disgusting rumors. Because he did some dirty things with a doll. Because he made some jokes with a toy, an inanimate object. On a TV show where he made a lot of dirty jokes. Off screen.
It's too much.
Y'all hate him. You want him to suffer in death. You want his family to suffer seeing these things going around calling him a pedophile. But then you love my Aunt Kathy. Just adore her. Love.
Hold on. VMAC in Mary's comments said, "No, none of that has happened unless there was an arrest and conviction. Same as you saying you were not an accomplice in Roberta's untimely end because you were never arrested or convicted." Katrik Dahl wrote, "You know this is good smug times are always followed by you crying in a fetal position or locked in your fridge." Internet person said, "You lie and distort things all the time, right in front of our eyes. Why would we believe you about other matters?" And Daddy's Boy said, "Your dad did more for the hungry and the needy than Bob Saget ever did. So has Aunt Kathy. Your dad volunteered at soup kitchens, bought Christmas presents for orphans, and taught my disabled son how to walk again. I cannot believe you would disrespect Ronald's memory." I know.
Of her could not be more in love with the woman who defends, protects, and loves the man that beat her baby sister for 30 years. I mean, it wasn't just a one-time thing. My dad didn't just hit my mom once, okay? He beat my mother For 30 years, he beat the living shit out of her every single day that they were married. He put her in the...
Exactly, Mary, prove to us if those claims were anything, it's obvious that there would have been an arrest record. There would have been convictions. But he didn't do all of that. You made that up. You made that up to smear his name because you think that you didn't get what you wanted because your father, according to Thomas, Daddy Boy's Thomas, according to Daddy's boy Thomas, you didn't get... Your father was a generous man who gave to the homeless, who helped people. And you come on here smearing his name because you want to be a victim so bad? You are the evil one, Mary. You are the monster.
Hospital with bruises so bad that her older sister couldn't even recognize her. He handicapped her child inside her stomach. He molested all of his children.
You are evil. Mary, you are the most evil person I have ever seen. And I got some information regarding the type of person you really are. And this is the deed, the mortgage to that property. The property that you so desperately want. These are records and receipts. And thanks to how a good person, a really good person, sent me this information regarding the property that your grandmother owned and how much it was worth. So, again, that property was sold. But, of course, go on and lie. Go on and lie about how everyone is mean to you. And by the way, I'm in your server, which I just never used. Yeah, it was $500,000, but Grandma owned more than double, according to Reality Check, maybe triple. I can explain items on the live. I am live now, right now. So, yeah. Your argument about about that property, your argument in regards to that property is invalid, Mary. So, yeah. Once again, you've been proven wrong.
He used his children for drug mules, putting drugs in his child's backpack to carry them away from the police. That's my father. That's Ronald Woods. The man.
And this is a thing I always get confused. And this is one of the things I always get confused in regards to how Mary always demonizes her father. I'm beginning to think that she pretty much confuses her father she pretty much confuses her father with her exes, with her ex Kenneth McBride. She pretty much confuses Ronald Woods. Her vision of her father is pretty much an amalgam of her ex-husband, Stephen Barone, as well as Kenneth McBride. That's pretty much what I see. She uses her father's name and combines them with the disgusting evil traits of Kenneth McBride and Stephen Barone to create this monster that she views. So again, I get confused every time she mentions her father. I think that she's mistaking her father for Kenneth. I mean, Kenneth was a shitty person. He was pure evil. I mean, he murdered his fiancée of 10 years. And Mary pretty much is using her father as like her late father. She uses her late father, her deceased father, as a meat shield to deflect from criticism. That's what this is. She wants to use her family as a human shield, That's what they are to her, is human shields. And she tries to manipulate people into feeling sorry for her. But she fails to do that. She fails to do so.
And that Kathy has decided to defend and protect for the rest of her life because she doesn't ever want to validate his victim's pain. Because she's so petty and hateful and vindictive that his victim deserves to suffer while everybody defends him. Because we hate his victim, so we're going to continue defending a monster. My father, Ronald Devon Woods, was an absolute inhuman beast. And my aunt, Kathy Evelyn Mackey, loves him and defends him with her life and will until the end of her life, even though she knows the truth. And she's y'all's role model. She's your best friend. She's who you guys want to be when you grow up. You want to be motherfuckers that look at victims and decide, well, we don't like that victim, so we're going to
Well, of course, Platty. Of course her memory is pretty much soup. Of course her memory is pretty much jelly. Because she smoked her... I hate saying that she smoked herself into a stupor. She pretty much smoked herself into this stupor where her mind is pretty... Adrasia's... Let's just say it like this. Adrasia's mind is pretty much akin to a drug-induced variation of the movie Groundhog Day. That's how I would describe Adrasia's mind. She's pretty much living the trauma of Roberta Laws's murder in her head, and pretty much she's living the experience of watching Kenneth McBride murder her. Sorry. It's obvious. Adrasia is reliving the murder of Roberta Laws in her mind, and she cannot move forward from it. So she goes on to try and rationalize why she is like this. And in doing so, she pretty much takes all the characteristic traits of Kenneth, as well as Stephen, her ex-husband, and tries to apply them to her father. So she creates this Frankenstein of a monster, this Frankenstein monster that is her father, but exhibits the traits of Kenneth McBride.
defend the criminal that hurt her. and then you're going to look at other people and make disturbing accusations against them.
Platty,
Well, just
if you're still here, you know what to do as a mod. If you guys like this shit, if you guys love me covering Adrazia, you guys know what to do. Hit that like button, share my social media stuff. If you share the stream with your friends and let everyone know we got this thing going on. I mean, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe if you haven't already. You can also follow me on Twitter at rgjaime91. You can also follow my if you could please, Platty, if you're still here, could you please share my social media stuff in the chat? It would mean a lot to me. Thank you.
defending and being best friends with a pedophile enabler. And yeah, I'm upset. I am upset that so many of you are willing to talk trash about somebody like Bob Saget for rumors, for things that you don't know or understand. But then you're so quick to defend and suck the toes of a woman who has been honest about the fact that she will never validate my father's victims. Meaning that she will forever defend and protect a monster just to not validate his victim. And that's who you guys think is a good person.
Probably because he was a good person. And I really should put like a channel for, and maybe I should do like what Moonbear did for when it comes to shilling. Make a channel for, well, shilling out my stuff, like my social media stuff, like my Twitter, Instagram, not my Facebook, but my Twitter and Instagram, and ways to support me.
Respectable in who you want to be. Surprisingly, we are not the same. We are not the same because I would never do that.
I haven't tried automating that. I don't think I need to know how to automate that shilling service because
Both, I would never accuse somebody of
I just
that
do it
kind of crime
randomly.
after their death so that their family has to suffer.
I could do it like this.
And two, I would never protect and defend somebody that I knew for a fact did that. If I knew a man had beat the pulp out of my own younger sister, I would never forgive that man. Kathy has not only forgiven him,
Probably because it never happened. Okay. No problem, man. Oh, so what's this? So this is the land that so in case you're wondering, this is the property that was bought and paid for by Mary's grandmother. It was sold at like $150,000. 3 beds, baths, 780 square feet. So this is the property that was left, that a draft that Mary's grandmother held onto. This was the property that was owned by Mary's grandmother. This could have been worth a lot of money. This actually, as a matter of fact, this is worth lots and lots of money if you think about it. I mean, look at all that spacious stuff. Look at all that water. I mean, I don't know much about owning a property, but of course, Mary wouldn't know how to keep it. I mean, you have to pay the taxes on it. You have to get insurance for it. But again, I don't know much about owning land. We can barely even afford rent. But I would estimate that that land would have been worth lots of money if it were taken care of properly. But of course, Mary is a lazy cow who obviously doesn't understand how anything works. Oh, okay. Oh, nice. I might have to put this shit in here. Mm-hmm. How to use Clever. I'll have to look at that later on.
She is protecting him. Keep telling yourselves that that's okay.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, it's just looking at some information on.
There's one. Guys in my comments saying, well, if he was so powerful, why did you steal your grandmother's debit card to buy his funeral? I didn't. That's something that, again, has been completely fabricated to demonize me. I had absolutely nothing to do with my father's headstone. My mother took care of all of that. I didn't. I attempted to use my credit card to buy my mother food. And I wasn't able to because she wanted beer. She got a whole cart full of food and decided she wanted beer, and when I wouldn't buy it, she sat down on the floor, kicking and screaming like a child. That's what I tried to do. What have you tried to do?
When I said that my aunt came up openly and honestly lying about me, specifically what she said was that she would never validate me in any way. And she was honest about the fact that she would never say anything that would validate me. So the things about my father being abusive, she'll never talk about openly because that would validate my trauma.
Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I forgot. I forgot. Silly me. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
And she's been honest about the fact that she refuses to validate things that I've gone through.
I forgot that I was out of StreamYards. Because again, I'm using both Streamlabs and StreamYards at the same time. So it's hard for me to keep track of one thing. But if this is my first time using both StreamYards and Streamlabs at the same time, probably something I will never do again. Until I probably can afford StreamYards so that I can do it without having to worry about the logo. But we'll get to that someday. Just not today. Anyway, let's continue. Sorry about that. Let's start over.
When I said that my aunt came up openly and honestly lying about me, specifically what she said was that she would never validate me in any way. And she was honest about the fact that she would never say anything that would validate me. So the things about my father being abusive, she'll never talk about openly because that would validate my trauma.
Validate your trauma.
She's been honest about the fact that she refuses to validate things that I've gone through, even if they're real. So before y'all come at me saying, well, you just said your aunt was open and honest, she was honest about the fact that she will never validate me. That's what she's honest about. She will never validate the fact that she knew that I had mental health issues. She'll never validate what she knew about my father or how she knew about my little brother. She has been honest and open about saying that she refuses to ever validate my trauma.
Well, I can tell why Aunt Kathy would never validate your so-called trauma, Mary. It's obvious. It never happened. Keep in mind, everyone, for those of you who aren't aware, the people's poet said, put it in good words. Most of the people, if you have actual trauma, you don't need it validated by anyone because you live with it. You know it. Anyone else's opinion on it matters not. And Mike Roch, oh my God, fucking Mike Crotch said, don't you think it's wrong for adults to drive other adults to hang out with a child every night? And you're just going to ignore the fact that you drove your ex-husband to a child's house to hurt her. Oh, that's not the only part. That's not the only thing she did. And VMAX said, if your father wasn't arrested or convicted, then it never happened. That's the standard you set for your role in Roberta's demise. Your aunt doesn't owe you validation or anything else. Exactly. Nobody owes you any form of validation, Mary. Nobody owes you validation. But we all know it's not validation that Mary wants. It's money. Why else do you think Mary puts on this front? It's obvious she's trying to look for suckers who obviously don't know the full story. Just so that she can grift off them. For those of you who have watched the Mayo series, for those of you who have been watching Adrazia, and for those of you my subscribers who have watched Adonis Paul, who have watched Virgie, who have watched Hatman, you would know. You would definitely know that this behavior of Adrasia's is not going to stop. She is never going to own up to anything. And I believe some people would be misguided to think that there's some good in her, which we said the same thing about Cyrax, right? We said the same thing about Shani. And what happened? Oh, we never said that about Trisha. God damn, we know that that's never the case. But this misguided belief that there's good in people, sometimes we just say things because we think that we can understand them through, because we have our belief that we can read their minds or understand the pain that they go through. And frankly, with people like Cyrax, let's just say Cyrax is a piece of shit. And Mary's not far behind. How many times have we seen Shani threaten suicide? How many times have we seen Trisha make an ass out of herself? And how many times have we seen Rev act extremely paranoid? And how many times have we seen Von Helton badmouth his family, his intermediate family? You have to understand the body language with these people. And you can see through their expressions that there is no ounce of any emotion. Especially when it comes to Mary. I mean, how many times have we seen her fake cry? How many times have we seen her look to her camera as if she's trying to look for some validation or approval? You have to understand that these are the types of people who are so used to getting their way. People like Mary, people like Shani, people like Trisha, Chantal, Amberlyn Reed. They're so used to getting their way that whenever someone points out the obvious fallacy, points out that their fallacies don't line up, they throw a hissy fit. They either block you, they either put out your information, or worse off, they try to report you, hoping that that'll take care of that. They come on YouTube, try to garner some attention, make an ass out of themselves for attention. And when people refuse to acknowledge their bullshit, they go into these tirades and pretty much do everything in their power to make it go away. They are and this is the same thing with Adrasia too. She believes wholeheartedly that YouTube is going to take care of her. She thinks that YouTube is going to come and make all her bullies go away. She doesn't understand that YouTube is a public platform and not her personal diary. And that's some of the things that most of these people don't seem to understand. And that's the thing that these locals don't seem to understand.
Which means that she is not a trustworthy person to source to find out about me from, because she'll tell you anything to keep from validating what I've gone through.
Validation. If you think that going on YouTube is going to warrant validation, if you think that random strangers on the internet are going to validate your victimhood, then you are fucking insane. Hold on. And, oh boy. And Again, these are last week. These are last Friday. These videos were made last Friday, and these come in spurts. As I have said so many times, Adrazia's idiocy comes in spurts. I am a ninja.
Last thing for the night on this subject, and then I really am going to go to bed.
She never goes to bed.
My aunt, who has very specifically stated she will never validate anything I've gone through, has subsequently defended and protected an actual pedophile, my father. She knows exactly what.
Exactly, Platty. That's the thing. And most of those times, it backfires on Mary. And we see this happen with Von Helton, right? Every time he bitches about how the Frosts were responsible for his kids being removed, that the trolls were responsible for Andrea leaving him. Reality is a concept that lolcows refuse to acknowledge. It's more of a something that they attempt to escape from. It puts them in like a feedback loop where their real life responsibilities are being ignored while their delusions are growing stronger. And I see that with these people.
Kind of man my father is, and she will never.
Again, I am beginning to think that she may have confused her father for Kenneth McBride. I mean, everything she accuses her father of doing pretty much is what Kenneth McBride has done to a poor girl.
Admit it, because that would validate the trauma that I went through. So all of you who are staunch defenders of my Aunt Kathy, love her, support her, defend her.
Once again, she's using her father as a meat shield. Her dead dad. She's using her deceased father as a meat shield to hide from the fact that she pretty much convinced a convicted child predator whom she was sleeping with at the time to get rid of his fiance. His fiance of 10 years with cerebral palsy.
You need to understand that she is a staunch defender and supporter of a pedophile, of a child molester, of a wife beater, of a man who crippled his own son in utero.
Once again, if that didn't happen, if there were no arrest records or convictions, then it never happened. Like I said, Mary's mind operates in a similar fashion to a drug-induced fever dream, much similar to the film Groundhog Day, where she's pretty much living the same experience over and over again. I say drug-induced.
By not acknowledging the truth, by not validating
I could see she turned off her
truths about
see she's turned off her comment section. She doesn't like it when people, and she's back to turning off her comment section again because she wants to hide from the truth. Just like every lolcow who refuses to take criticism. Again, there's no point in trying to reason with her. There is no point in trying to help her. You can give her all the advice you want, but it's gonna fly over her head. it's best to just point fingers at her and laugh our asses off, even though that's more immature than what she does. At least my disease is real.
My father that Kathy knows, she is both defending and protecting the actions that the man took. Be it because she loves him or because she hates his victim, she is defending and protecting
The groundhog. Oh my god, that was funny.
the pedophile, the child molester.
Again, this is what I'm believing. I believe that she's pretty much combining, she's creating this Frankenstein monster using the same traits using the similar traits of Stephen, her ex-husband, and Kenneth McBride, and then applying them to her father to paint him as this demon, this monster that she pretty much invented in her head. That's what I believe. What next? Is she going to say, what next? Is she going to say that her father murdered her brother? If that's the case, then I wouldn't put it past it. Even though her father died when her brother died. Her father has been dead when her brother died. But she probably would say that his ghost murdered him. That he murdered his own son with cerebral palsy. Beyond the grave, from beyond the grave. I mean, because that's... Oh, I've heard about that part. Oh, okay. You do know that they use a new groundhog every day? You do know that they use a groundhog. They'll just use another groundhog. They'll just find another groundhog.
And all of you are
They'll just
defending
find
and
another groundhog for Groundhog Day.
protecting her. But then you're going to turn on Bob Saget for a joke he made about a doll. Kathy's still alive and still actively protecting and defending the child molesters in our family.
Again, what does this have to do with anything? She's saying that, again, in Adrasia's mind, she believes that everyone in her family is a chomo. Probably because she has a history of sleeping with chomos. I mean, she married Stephen, and he turned out to be a chomo. She was sleeping with Kenneth McBride, who was also a chomo, who murdered his fiance of 10 years, who had the same handicap as her brother. Like I said, if you don't believe me, go check out Mayo 1, the address. Well, then again, most of the people in the chat already are aware about the murder of Roberta Laws because they watched Adonis Paul and he made the documentary, and he also included articles regarding the murder. And of course, I have to quote Rafik Eller, the prosecutor of the case for the case, who said, and I quote, "If he was a loaded gun, she pulled the trigger." Meaning that the emails that Mary sent Kenneth were damning evidence that pretty much proves that she had an involvement with Roberta's death. When she told Kenneth to, quote unquote, get rid of Roberta, maybe she was misguided and probably thought that he should put her in a nursing home, but it turns out he probably didn't get the memo. And they were arguing about whether or not they should go through with murdering Roberta. And She absolutely said nothing. She didn't protest. She didn't even tell him not to go through with it. She didn't even stop him. She just stood there idly by while he strangled her to death. And they went to Walmart to purchase a shovel to bury Roberta's body in the backyard. So, with that being said, you obviously know that that statement, if he was a loaded gun, pulled the trigger, has a new meaning. And she tries to paint it like saying, there are other ways to start a gun. Why does it have to be a trigger? Because a trigger, you pulling a trigger pretty much starts the... That's how you fire a gun, a loaded gun, by pulling the trigger. You don't need to explain anything else about it. You're just, Mary, you're just trying to excuse the fact that you may have had an involvement with Roberta's death, but you just don't want to admit that you were involved in that poor woman's demise. All right, it's about time. Let's get...
But keep talking garbage about a man that you don't even know because of a joke he made with a toy.
Yeah. You're not helping your case either, Mary. You're not helping your case either, Mary. And now, I'm just looking.
Validate the lies, validate the lies. No, validate the goddamn truth. You lying bitch. Validate the truth. Talk about the truth. Talk about what you know happened, Kathy. You defended my father. You allowed my father to beat my mother for 30 years. You allowed him to...
It never happened if there were no arrest records. Again, she confuses her father with the father from the book A Child Called It. Like I said, like what Aunt Kathy said, that Mary likes to invent her own victimhood. So it wouldn't be a surprise to say that most of her victimhood, her past trauma, may have been derived from the books she's read, such as Dave Pelzer's A Child Called It and the book Flowers in the Attic, which was, of course, made into like a Lifetime Films. And there she is. And now, without further ado, it's time to greet Reality Check. Reality Check, say hi to the fans.
Hello! Oh my God, is my mic working?
Yes. You're
Excellent. It's good to see you again.
see you again.
How's everybody doing?
I'm doing good.
Let's
So-
see. I'm trying to keep the mic off. Mic on, camera off.
All right.
Just tell me if my camera glitches and comes on because I am not camera ready. So
I
this
don't
is a new
usually use my
system for me.
camera.
Yeah,
I
no,
don't usually-
understand.
I don't usually use my camera. That's why I always have an avatar.
Same here. And that is me in the avatar. That's a few years old, but that's me.
Right.
But yeah, my camera light is on, which is always a little nerve-wracking. Now I've been sending you some documents through Discord, and
I
I have a ton. I have so many documents. But I don't want to go into literally everything because it's too overwhelming. As you know, Mary is the onion that never stops peeling, correct?
Yes.
So yeah,
She's an
we don't-
extreme rabbit hole. She is an
Absolutely.
extreme.
So we don't want to like go into every document I have because it gets pretty deep and pretty dark. And for me, I don't know about everybody else, but like I need things in order for me to truly understand everything going on. I need things to be given to me in small, kind of organized, small, organized, and preferably like in consecutive order, chronological order. I need things to be given to me in bites like that. So oftentimes when I watch, say, a lengthy stream where Kathy's talking, and I know I love Kathy, I love her like my own sister, and Kathy, she's lovely, she's excellent at weaving a tale, and Kathy is absolutely as honest as the day is long. Now,
True.
for me, I sometimes struggle when I listen to a stream with Kathy because she doesn't have a very good mic. I hope mine's okay. I have a little hard of hearing. I'm personally I have a hard time when somebody has a bad mic or an accent, and when somebody is kind of telling a story that's there's no script and there's a lot of information and there's a lot of kind of anecdotal information and tangents. My brain just kind of like buzzes out, and I miss a lot of the really relevant information. And I've asked my husband, for example, and he says like that it's not just me. So I think that there's a lot of really super important information that Kathy has been trying to put out about Mary and about the absolutely god awful things that she's done. But sometimes the points get missed for me. I can only speak for myself. Sometimes they get missed for me when it's over, say, a 2-hour stream and it kind of wanders around and the mic quality is low and I don't understand what I'm listening to. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so I mean, I've spent a lot of time kind of piecing this together like a puzzle. When it and that's why, like the information I sent you, where I'd like to start specifically, she's been on a good one. She's been on a good one. Mary has. Mary's been on a bender recently, trying to tell everybody about how the property at Cedar Point was valued at $500,000 and she got screwed out of $500,000, yada yada yada, etc. ad nauseum, and how there was definitely a will and that Kathy destroyed and hid the will, blah blah blah. And I mean, there's other things having to do about this money, and the $10,000 they gave me out of the goodness of their heart, which she says, in a very condescending, disgusting way. So
She is condescending and disgusting.
oh, she's absolutely condescending, disgusting. Is why I call her Smugly Mary. She's quite the monster. Now, I want to narrow down what I have to say about her tonight to these things: to the $10,000. To the will that did not exist and how we know it did not exist. And oh, more than anything, I really want to talk about that property that she says was worth $500,000. I really do. And I sent you a screenshot, which, by the way, that screenshot and the link to Zillow, that's not from Kathy, that's from me. This is not something that's out there on the farms. Go ahead and put it out there if y'all want to. Go ahead and put it on the farms. This one's from me, all right? So I got from Kathy months ago. She gave me a copy of the revocable trust. Let's just start there. The revocable trust. I know Virgie interpreted this because Kathy is not an attorney, and legal jargon can be really painful to try and dig through. Apparently, because I listened a bit to Kathy talking on the stream with Mr. Vance the other day. I don't know him, but it was a pleasant stream. I listened to that for 2 hours, and that's where I learned that she had originally given this revocable trust to Virgie, and Virgie interpreted it for her. I got no problems with Virgie. I like Virgie, but
Virgie's
to my
all right.
knowledge, Virgie has not worked in a law office, specifically in a real estate law office. I have. I was the legal secretary for a law office in San Ramon in California. Okay. That was my mother's job her entire life after I got my master's degree in English, where I did study pre-law. Then this was before I went on to work on my MBA, where I studied business law. I did work every time my mother went on vacation, I was the fill-in, and when she retired, I was the fill-in for this now unfortunately retired gentleman. He was a very, very successful real estate attorney, who obviously I'm not going to name, but you're just going to have to trust me. So I worked for quite some time, off and on, as a secretary. Now I'm going to say, as a legal secretary, I can transcribe beautifully. I can type 80 words a minute. What I can't do is I cannot, even with my college education, I cannot interpret for you all of the legal jargon. So I had to do a bit of research, and because I didn't do the research when she gave me the document months ago, because she and I were both dealing with very, very serious family problems. I was in the middle of being diagnosed and evaluated and diagnosed for Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which I do have. And so that's why I was sick today, and I was unable to get to all of this until the very last minute, unfortunately. I do deal with this chronic illness, and it's a struggle. But that aside, I'm not here to talk about my pity party, all right? I'm not here for that. I'm just giving you an explanation why I never, me and Kathy have been working for months to try and get organized, to put together so that I can put together an organized, produced video explaining and reading out these legal documents and things that Mary has put out publicly herself on my own channel. And that it has not gelled yet, because both she and I have had these many, many, many tribulations going on in our personal lives. All right. If I could, I would have put a lot more effort into this at some point sooner, long before we got to today. But here we are. Okay. So I didn't even know I had a copy of the revocable trust. Now somebody could correct me if I'm wrong, because again, when I listen sometimes to streams with people talking, not just Kathy, anybody, sometimes my brain kind of scrambles when I'm hearing, if it's not really clear and concise and organized and chronological. I just struggle with that.
I get you. I get you,
Thank you.
reality check.
I appreciate that.
I have that problem too.
Oh, good. So, I mean, not good that you have a problem, but no, thank you. I think, I did teach for 10 years in college classrooms. And before that, I was teaching high school kids at a Korean school. All right. So I have a lot of background in pedagogical theory. I have written like 30-page documents on pedagogical theory, and had them published while I was still, a grad student. But there's everybody has a different learning style, and I have found that some of the most intelligent people I know, like highly intelligent, documented, 2 percentile or higher in IQ level, a lot of those people need things, they read very slowly, and they need both to hear and see what they're doing. Either watch a movie and listen to a lecture, or read the actual physical document while seeing things written on a board. A lot of incredibly intelligent people need those things to be handed to them kind of spoon-fed slow, and given in more than one form that's actually documented as a thing that a lot of people need, irrespective of IQ or learning disabilities or what have you. And we've known about this since the 1970s, all right? So I happen to be somebody that I read very slowly, and I do need both a visual and either visual and reading or visual and audio in order to really kind of absorb things. So that's why I sent documents to you to help sort and make sense of this. And that's why I'm trying to keep it kind of pared down a little, if you will, for this particular time, because I'm not here to ramble, I'm here to tear down this straw man that Mary's trying to build over the last 2 years. The straw man that all it needs is one good match and it's gone. And boy, we've got some matches. Have you taken a look? Have you had a chance to take a look at any of the things I sent you?
No, not yet.
Okay, that's fine. Why don't we start with, let's see, the very first 2 documents I sent you in Discord. The very first one, I didn't have time to kind of trim it down, but it does show that this originated from the county clerk in Duval County in Florida, which is where Jacksonville is, all right? And what this is the mortgage that was on Cedar Point. Cedar Point is relevant because this is the property that Mary, to this day, is barking all over the internet like a little snippy dog, like one of them little ankle biters. She's all over the place barking about how this property was hers, how it was willed to her. I got proof that's not true, but at the same time, the proof is, it's not
Proof's in the
exactly
pudding.
proof. Yeah, and it's not exactly proof because you can't prove the existence of something that doesn't exist. Does that make sense? Like, I could say till the cows come home, I can say there's a boogeyman living in my closet, and you cannot prove there is not a boogeyman living in my closet because you would need somehow to prove that the boogeyman exists at all, just not in my closet. Does that, that may have been a terrible analogy, but basically you cannot prove a thing that does not exist. You can't prove it. You can prove something exists if it does. But if somebody's saying this thing exists, this vapor exists, but prove me wrong. You can't prove that the ghost or the vapor does not exist because it doesn't exist. There's nothing to be proven. The burden of proof is on the person saying it exists, all right? Now, the burden of proof about this will is upon Mary and Mary alone. It's not on these stupid direct messages she got from a 17-year-old kid back years ago. It's not on that niece, who, by the way, had no right to send her those messages that she had gotten from the older sister of Mary. She had no right to send them. In fact, all of those messages start out with, "This is between you and me only, just for your ears alone. This is not to leave this discussion. You, me, that's it." Okay. So the fact that those direct messages that were allegedly written by Jennifer, the elder sister, to her own daughter, who was a kid, she was 17 turning 18. The fact that this child, by Mary's standards, because, hey, Mary's still a child, isn't she? Mary was a child at 19 when she married her husband, right?
Yes.
So clearly her niece, who was 17 turning 18, was a baby by her standards. Yes?
Yes. And
So-
technically, Mary still is a baby. Mentally.
Mentally she is, but legally absolutely not. But Mary, when she posts these screenshots of many years ago from 2015, from Christmas time of 2015, where she's telling us, because it says Facebook user. We have no way to know who it's from. Facebook user, sure it is, Mary, sure. Prove it. Burden's on Mary. But Mary's not giving us that proof. She's just telling us, believe me, because I say so. Well, when I was teaching school That's not how you cite a source, Mary. That's not how you cite a source. You are not able to write a lengthy research paper and then say, all the sources are me because I say so. That's just not how that works. So,
Exactly.
Mary has offered up as proof that I was willed everything. And you and I did talk about this the other night. We talked about this, and I did not send you any documents about this, but we did have this conversation about the living will, correct?
Exactly.
Okay, so let's go over that first before I get into the property documents, all right?
All right.
Because I think that's really simple, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, okay. You need to go back a little bit because if you're showing this is the second block of screenshots. So go back a little there because you're on number 1 out of 6, and there should be 2 other documents.
I
And
know.
I also sent you a link. All right. I'm sorry. I'm
I
going
know.
back and forth. I got 8 billion tabs open. It's typical me. So if you go into, let me see. So, oh, there you go. Thank you, sir. So this mortgage, if you look at this, prepared by Jeremy Young, he is an agent for the bank. Okay. The date of this is September 2005. Let's go ahead and do this since it's on the screen. And then we'll go back to the will issue because, we can always pull up those the screenshots, but I think everybody's seen them at this point. It's really not relevant. It's hard to read through those DMs. We'll get to that in a moment. So this mortgage prepared on the 29th of September 2005 for Evelyn Gove, who is Mima, aka the grandmother, as trustee of the Evelyn Gove Revocable Trust. Again, don't believe everything you've heard about what revocable trust means. In fact, let me clear this up real fast. What revocable trust means is it means it is not an irrevocable trust. It's actually really, really simple. What a revocable trust versus an irrevocable trust is. Let's say we're talking about those children that worked on TV sets, like One Day at a Time and, Silver Spoons, all those kids back in the late 70s and 80s, and they weren't getting any money because their mothers and fathers were blowing all the money on their own selves. And then these children would turn 18 and have drug problems and would be getting emancipated from their parents, but they didn't have a nickel to show for the years of work they'd done since they were 2, And so laws were passed that trusts needed to be set up. Legal trusts needed to be set up by the parents and by the studios that were hiring these children so that these child actors would have some sort of payment for their own work once they became of age. All right. Now, those laws revolve around what we know as an irrevocable trust. An irrevocable trust means once that trust is set up, all of the standards, all of the things within that trust that exist within the confines of that page cannot be changed ever. That trust is what it is. So the parents can't go in and the studio can't go in to one of these child actors trusts, say 5 years later, and say, wait a minute, we promised you 45% of these earnings at the age of 25, but we want to change it to age 35, or we want to change that to a 10%. You can't do it. So an irrevocable trust means that this is set in stone. What a revocable trust, what that means is that the person who created the trust, and in this case, that would be Grandma, Mima Evelyn Gove. She is the one who created this trust. A revocable trust, by definition, means that the person who created the trust can, up until the day she dies, has the right to go in and change the boundaries of the trust. So Grandma had the right and the ability to change all of the things within the trust anytime she felt like it. Nobody else could, by the way. Nobody else. Not Kathy, not Aunt Kathleen, not the mother of it. Nobody had the ability to change that trust but grandma. But that's what it means. A revocable trust means that she can revoke the things that she agreed to. I've heard other interpretations. This is why I brought up Virgie. And again, I got no issues with Virgie. I think he's a real nice guy. I'm cool. No problem. But to my understanding, he has not worked in a law office and doesn't have a lot of legal background. I'm by no measure a lawyer. And if I had more time, I would have taken these documents to my friends who are attorneys and real estate agents, and I would have asked more questions. But I only realized I even had this document tonight, and I only heard the stream where this was discussed and Virgie's name was dropped. I only heard that maybe, what was it, 2 days ago?
Mhm.
So I didn't really have time to prepare for this outside of just explaining here and now exactly what revocable trust means. And nobody's lying about it. I just don't think well, with the exception of Mary, even Mary's not lying. They don't understand what it means. And the one person who genuinely understood is no longer with us. Okay.
Exactly.
So, yes. So what we're looking at here, and I do have a copy of that revocable trust, but my golly, it's so much legal jargon you could choke a horse with it. It's so dry and boring, and even I look at it and I'm like, what the fuck are these words? I know what it means, but I don't. You know what I mean? Oh, I hate legal documents so much. So that's why I didn't include it tonight. I want tonight to be digestible, even for me. and I am by no measure better or smarter than anybody else listening. All right. I just have that experience in legal offices. My mother worked in law offices my entire life. My mother is a bigger monster than anybody Mary's ever talked about. So it's not like she's somebody to trust. But my mother was very educated when it came to these legal matters. So most of my education outside of college came from her. And, that's a whole other story for another day. Now, I brought up the mortgage because it's tied into that second screenshot I sent you, which again, that comes from me. I'm the one that created and doctored this small little screenshot.
I'll pull that up in a moment.
In just a minute. Leave it down for a moment. And I also gave you a link for a reason to draw some. I want to draw some tangible evidence into the point of that little tiny screenshot I made. All right, because it looks a little confusing for anybody who's been a property owner. That what I'm about to say about this property is going to make a lot more sense. All right. And, obviously Mary has never been a property owner and never will be. I don't think she'll own so much as a bicycle at this point because she doesn't have the knowledge, the know-how, or the wits about her to figure out how to possess ownership of a stick of bubble gum. All right.
Yeah, that's a thing that I think Adonis Paul brought that up in Mayo 3 when he was talking about how Mary goes through this phase where she'll pretend to believe in what random trolls tell her. He mentioned this thing, and correct me if I'm wrong, but he said that Adrasia has never done anything for herself, from her Section 8 housing to the free therapy and medical shit.
Largely true. True. I do think that some of it's an act. I do think she has the capacity to do things like fill out applications. She has the capacity to get herself monetized. Okay. I do want to make a serious point, though, about her getting monetized, because I know there are people out there who I shall not name who troll the ever-living shit out of her because they want to prevent her from getting monetized on YouTube. Now, after me sniveling about getting confused when people go on tangents, here's my tangent. Let's stop giving a damn. No rat's asses to give about Mary getting monetized. Let her get 10,000 subs if you want. Subscribers do not matter in YouTube. Views matter. And Mary can't get more than 100 views on any of her garbage videos. And even when she does, they are things that would easily be demonetized if she were monetized, because she talks about sexual assault. She talks about SA. She talks about R. She talks about drugs. She does drugs on camera. She drinks on camera. She has done nudity on camera. She does all the no-nos when it comes to being monetized. That's number one. Number two, Mary cannot get any goddamn views. Let me tell you, I used to be monetized. I stopped doing videos a long time ago because I got so irritated. Oh my God, it was like, I just want to kill everybody at YouTube. Speaking hyperbolically, I don't mean that. I'm not threatening anybody at YouTube. I was just out of my mind with frustration many years ago because I had put some effort in, and they kept changing the goalposts. They kept moving the goalposts. Like, oh, let me take your monetization away. Now you need this many subs, this many views, and I would hit that goalpost, and then they change it again. Oh, now you can't be monetized to get this many. Oh, I'm telling you, I was so irritated. Yeah.
That's why I use other forms of revenue, such as my PayPal and
Oh, sure, yeah.
my Cash App.
Yeah, no,
that's why I always have to shield that out.
And
that's why I always have to shield that.
You are a much harder worker on YouTube than I will probably ever be.
Oh,
you truly are.
I take that as a compliment.
I have absolute respect for your work ethic on YouTube. You are very dedicated. Myself, I've got health problems. I got a family. My brain feels scrambled half the time. So yeah, I don't put half as much effort as I could or should. And I know it. I don't deserve anything. I know it. But you do. You do. So I hope you get yourself to the point where you're getting a paycheck from YouTube someday, because you do deserve that. Myself, I used to be monetized before they had these weird ass rules. And at some point when I was monetized, I put out this stupid little video about Truthfully Trish. We all know she's a lot of fun. She's a bag of nuts. So I had put out this little tiny, it was a terrible, terrible quality video, but it hit 24,000 views. That totaled up, and I had a very high CPM for some, I don't know why, but my CPM was super high. It was worth, do you know how much I had earned off that?
No.
Take a guess. 24,000 views on one video. How much do you think that was worth in actual US dollars?
I don't know. I usually don't pay much attention to that kind of crap.
It was worth $16.
Oh yeah, I figured.
And you have to get, and that was including other videos I'd done that had gotten quite a lot of views. I've privated or gotten rid of most of those, but so at that time I was nearing the 100,000 view mark, and I had earned $16. And you have to earn a minimum of $100 for them to actually cut you a check. So my point being, if you look at her channel, I got 24,000 views on that one video. She has a hard time getting 24 views on a video. Even if she reaches 1,000 subs, even if she gets monetized, Mary is never going to see one red cent from YouTube. It will take her a year to earn $100, maybe longer, because she just doesn't put out content that gets her views. And what she does put out, if it's going to get views, she gets not only bad views, but she puts out things that are just not monetizable, talking about things that are automatic demonetization or showing things that are automatic demonetization. She's not going to make any money. All of the people out there trolling her, trying to stop her from getting subscribers, just stop worrying about it. Stop worrying about it. She's never going to she will never make a nickel, period. Not off YouTube. But let her think she will, because it'll just hurt all that much worse when she actually gets that monetization and gets the AdSense account, and then finds out that she's not making any money and can't. It'll frustrate her more. It'll piss her off more. She'll start doing lives. Nobody watches her lives. She'll do the lives because you can turn on like the
super chats.
Exactly. Thank you. You can turn on the super chats. Nobody's going to give her anything.
You know damn well Mary's not going to do live streams.
She's done them. She has done them.
I know, but she has said that she won't do live streams because she won't get money from it.
Oh, that's so stupid. Actually, live streams these days are where the money's at, unfortunately for her. But yeah, she's not smart. We've already figured that out. So, oh my
True.
gosh, after I snivel and complain about other people going on tangents and losing my ability to pay attention, I keep going on a tangent. Let's get back to this mortgage. So, the reason I gave you this mortgage and the reason I formatted the screenshot and sent you the link to Zillow is because she goes on a hell of a lot. Lately, now correct me if I'm wrong, but 2 years ago she was I swear, I could swear she was saying 1 and 2 years ago that the property on Cedar that she was planning to sell it for 30,000. It was 30 before, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Now it's 50. Now she's saying she was going to get 50,000 for it, which I don't believe that. I don't believe for a minute she was going to give her 50K. 30, yeah, sure. I do believe that. Now she's also saying that the property was valued at $500,000, which there's a massive discrepancy there. But I will tell you this. Her discrepancy isn't as far off as people think. And it's just people need to understand how these property valuations work, to understand why these numbers exist the way they are and why she's so far off. So now she's saying that the property was valued at 500,000, but she was going to sell it for 50,000. And in reality, the property probably was valued around 300,000, and she was going to sell it for 30,000. That's actually true. And there's a reason that she was going to get 30, and it's not because she was just cheap and stupid. It's because that was more than the property was actually worth, in spite of the fact that the assessor had it marked at and go, if you can, go ahead and pull up that second screenshot that I sent you related to this.
Oh, you mean the one that you sent me? This one?
The next one after the mortgage, just the second one right after the mortgage with the red, right, added a couple red squares in there.
I know. This one.
I'm waiting to see it. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Let me get
It's
you out
okay.
of this one.
No, you're cool.
I think
I don't want to. I don't want to bore your audience. I can be a boring bitch. So, whoops,
Not
I'm not
to
even in
me.
live chat. Oh, golly, you are. I love you so much. I really do. Man, I kind of miss having the silver pink hair. That was really cute. Oh, I'm not feeling so cute these days. Damn.
Yeah, me neither. That's why I don't show my face that much on YouTube.
Honey. Yeah, thank you. Okay, the Zillow. Here we go. All right. Now, I circled the sold values. And let's go a little bit down memory lane for history, because most of us, I'm sure there are some people don't remember all this that well because it's been a while, but most of us that are adults will remember that something very significant happened in 2008. Something very dramatic happened in the very end of 2007 to the beginning of 2008 that deeply impacted not just our economy nationwide in the United States, but it deeply impacted all property values. And I'm from Northern California,
the stock
where
market.
it wasn't the stock market. We call it the housing bubble. All right.
Oh, that one.
So
yeah, I know.
and,
I heard about that one.
Yeah. So what happened is, and it's also known as the Great Recession. So the housing bubble happened around November of 2007. And what that means is there were two different, at the Fed, which incidentally has nothing to do with the federal government. The Fed had two different charts running. And one was a chart for how many houses, new properties and houses were being built in the United States. And that chart was going up and up and up and up and up, just at a rapid pace that it was zigging up. And then there was a second chart that was being run at the Fed. And somehow, and nobody understands why, this has gone under great scrutiny. Somehow the experts that worked for the Fed, they missed this correlation. And it caused our economy to absolutely collapse. And this was almost as serious as the Great Depression from the 1930s. All right. So what happened is the first chart is charting out how many new houses were being built over time for each month through those years. And the second chart was how many new houses were being purchased. And somewhere about November of 2007, they took a dramatic different change. So the new houses increased in how many were being built after around September of 2007. More new houses were being built, while after about September of 2007, fewer new houses were being purchased. And that number on the houses purchased it just took a nosedive. Like nobody was buying houses anymore. But the chart that covered how many new houses were being built was just peaking for some reason. They were ignoring that nobody was buying the houses anymore. And at around November, right around November 1st, these lines crossed in a super dramatic way, where all of a sudden a massive increase in new builds were made and a massive decrease in new purchases, meaning that all that supply and demand had significantly crossed one another to the point that this was destructive. It was cataclysmic to the American economy, because now the banks had put out all these loans to the builders, but the builders could not make good on those loans because they couldn't sell them. Nobody wanted them. And all these houses were significantly overpriced because of that housing boom that had gone on from 2005 up through 2007. So they were acting like nobody was ever going to stop buying property. It's just going to get more and more. And that's just not how that works. What goes up must come down. And it came down brutally at the very end of 2007. Now, once this happened, and now we've got the banks giving out all their money to these people who are building houses. And they're also giving out all these money to people to buy new houses who work in the building and supply chain. And then once the builders realize we can't sell these houses, nobody wants them, and we spent more than what we can get, then everybody got laid off. Everybody loses their jobs. Now all these people are losing their jobs are people that just got mortgages. And you can see where this is going, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody can pay off their mortgages. None of the banks can collect on their loans from the homeowners or from the builders. Massive, absolute catastrophe for the American economy. This collapsed in 2008. So what happened in the end of 2007? We call this the housing bubble. When the bubble popped, then 2008's Great Recession started. And I know my husband and I, my family, we were absolutely victims of this. We did not buy property. I had actually just given up a piece of property in 2007. I gave up a house that I'd shared with somebody else. I wanted no part of them. That person got to take the entire house. I walked away with the clothes on my back and my child and my safety. And I remarried in 2008. And at the point where I planned my wedding, the economy was still booming, but starting to turn. At the point where I got married, hardly anybody showed up to my wedding because the economy had already bottomed out. And I had to go home and file bankruptcy. It was a really, really difficult time. And I had gotten pregnant with my son in the middle of 2008, right when the economy was really just nosediving. So for me, this is just a very memorable point in my life because it was very, very, very financially trying. And I mean, this is why I sometimes get angry with Mary, where she's like, send me PayPal me and get the graduate. And I'm just like, bitch, go to a food bank. Like, I did it. I went 8 months pregnant. I hauled my fat ass down to the damn food bank and stood in line for half rotted bread and sweet potatoes, okay? And I did that because I needed it. because I had children to feed, because I had rent to pay, because I had to take care of my family and myself. Like, to listen to this person snivel about how she's too good to go stand in a soup line at a church, it infuriates me. It absolutely enrages me. It makes my blood boil.
I agree. I agree.
You know,
I feel the same way too. I mean, obviously she never grew up poor. She claims
not like
that
she thinks she did, right? No,
yeah, she claims that she was poor. In actuality, she was pretty much privileged when she
she
was
absolutely
living.
was.
I mean, according to some of the people in her comments who point out the bullshit that she's saying about her
Correct.
father, I mean, one person said that he knew Mary's father, and he wasn't the monster she paints him out to be.
Okay.
Ronald?
You know, I know what you're talking about. And you know what? I often take the comments with a grain of salt because she has some pretty dedicated trolls. And at the same time, I take everything she says with like a bucket of salt because she's full of shit.
I take everything she says with a pillar of salt.
Now, when it comes to her father, I'm not going to get too deep into that because, for one, I do know that AP has actually pulled up this man's criminal history, and we do know that he was in fact charged with beating his wife. Okay, was he responsible for little Ronnie's disability? Absolutely not. And I know this because as a woman who has spent my entire adult life as a wife and mother, who in 2008 and 2009, I was the lead moderator for a baby center forum, for a birth forum. I know a lot more about pregnancy and risks in pregnancy than Mary's ever going to know. Um, let's say hypothetically that she were right, which she's not. There's a lot of evidence. There's a lot of witness evidence that Mary's mother was not beaten the day that little Ronnie was born. But let's just throw her a bone, all right? Let's say he did. Let's say he sat on her and beat the trash out of her that day.
Strangled her.
Strangled her, all of it. Yeah, great, awesome, happened, whatever, cool. That would not cause cerebral palsy from her mother's mouth, because Kathy asked her sister why. What did the doctor say? Why was little Ronnie born with this brain disorder? And she said, honey, because I had placenta previa. Now, as somebody who knows quite a bit about childbirth, about pregnancy, about the risks involved, 100% that's true. So whether he beat her or not, irrelevant. It would have nothing to do. Strangle her, don't care. Her air supply is not the one that goes directly to the baby. That's just not how that works. It's not how that works.
It's not how any of this works.
Loud and proud. A baby has its own ecosystem. It has its own blood supply, separate from its mother's. So if the mother, so let's say mommy gets drunk, of course that will pass through the placenta and affect the baby. If the mother is shooting up drugs, yes, that will pass through the placenta and affect the baby. If the mother is being sat on by a grown-ass man who's beating her, surprisingly, that doesn't affect the baby because the baby is protected by a very large amniotic sac. It's floating in its own little space chasm. It's very protected and very resilient. Babies are like little rubber dolls. I don't know how else to put it. They're just, I fell down a damn stone flight of stairs when I was 8 months pregnant with my daughter. I fell down a stone flight of stairs. I looked like I'd been through a meat grinder. Not one thing was wrong with the baby. I was a train wreck. The baby was fine. The baby was fine. You could do a lot.
I understand.
Yeah. Yeah, those babies are very protected. So nothing he could have done damn thing. But placenta previa, you got to understand what that is. This woman was very tiny. She's about 4'10", 4'11". She's a very, very small woman. And she had passed her first babies. Mary's the only one who was not a C-section. Maybe that's what's wrong with her. Who knows? But her first child had been born via C-section. Ronnie was supposed to be born via C-section. So was Mary. Mary, they were all supposed to be C-section babies. I also have a sister who's about the same size and frame as Mary's mother. And my sister had to have all C-section babies because she was so tiny, okay? And she had big babies. Now, Mary's mother she had her first with a C-section, was supposed to have them all that way. With Ronnie, when they took her in for a C-section, it turned out that they had not discovered, somehow they had failed to notice placenta previa. This also can occur at the last minute when you're about to give birth, because placentas move. They can move. What is placenta previa? It is when the placenta covers the full cervical, or at least partial to full cervical opening where the baby is supposed to come out, and if it's covering the front part during a planned C-section, you got a big problem, because if you cut into that placenta during a C-section, you could kill the baby. You have to be able to get around it, and there's only one safe place to cut in for a C-section. Is this you following? Like, it becomes a really dangerous situation, and this occurs in a surprising number. Like 20% of second or third pregnancies will have placenta previa, and if it's not detected soon, my little battery's about to die. Let me fix that. Sorry. So if it's not detected early enough, then placenta previa can be deadly to a baby. What happened in the case of Ronnie's birth was that he she had the placenta previa going on when they went in for the C-section. Placenta's in the way. They had to find a way around, but at this point, the delivery had already begun, and this causes a breach of oxygen to the brain for the baby. This isn't actually that uncommon. It's extremely unfortunate. It's extremely dangerous. He could have died. This had nothing at all to do with drugs. It had nothing to do with domestic violence. This was an unfortunate thing that happens to a lot of people during pregnancy. So it is what it is. Now, I keep going on my own tangent. After I bitch and moan about other people's tangents, making things hard for me, I keep going on them. Let's go back to this property, shall we?
All right.
So, I circled two things, but there's a list of numbers here. We've got, and 2018 was as far back as it went. The property taxes went back even further. I did not include those because that gets very confusing, but the property taxes did tell me all I needed to know. You're just going to have to take my word for it, or not. Nobody needs to believe me. But in 2015, when the property still belonged to her grandmother and then was supposed to change hands to Mary, the taxation was equal to that of the 2018. So we can infer from that most likely the property valuation was the same in 2018. The reason I bring up the housing bubble is because when her grandmother bought this property, she bought it pre-2007. She purchased this property before the housing bubble, while the cost of properties was skyrocketing astronomically. The property was never actually truly worth whatever valuation it had at that point. Okay? But, and if you look at this chart, you'll see listed for sale in 2018, 2019 listed for sale, 2019 November, price change, November 11th, price change. What these things mean is that this is what an assessor went in and said, I say the value is this. That doesn't mean that's what it's actually worth. That means that's what it was assessed at.
Mm.
What it sells for is what it's worth. And what it sold for in October of 2018, 3 entire years after Grandma died, was $48,000, less than what Mary is currently saying that she was going to sell it for in 2015. When she said she had somebody willing to pay $30,000 for this property, I believe her. $30,000 would have been the value of the property, then not $500,000, not $300,000. $30,000 would have been the value of this property in 2015, 2016, when she had the right and the ability to sell it. Her saying, oh, it was worth $500,000. It was never worth $500,000. And if you go back to the mortgage, if you flip back there for a moment, you'll see what I'm talking about. Now, for anybody who's been a property owner, people that have purchased houses, land, property, we know that when you need to take out a loan against your own property, you need to private, not the bank, not the county, but the property owner must go in and pay an assessor to come in and value that property. Now, this is a subjective field. Anybody that's paid attention to the news in the last 3 months knows that recently, up here in the San Francisco Bay Area, roughly where I'm at, a black family had a property valued at nearly 50% what it was actually, according to them, worth. And they are now suing the assessor because they then had a white friend come into their home and set up her own family pictures and change the decor so it looked like a white lady lived there instead of the black family that had actually lived there. And then the assessor that was hired came in and valued that house double what it had been assessed when the black family had it assessed just a week earlier. And there's a current lawsuit about that. So it's possible, it's absolutely possible that was done because racism. But it's also very possible it was just a different subjective view from a different assessor, because assessing the value of a property is about the most subjective field one can be in. So, what we know from these lists of prices and valuations that were not sale prices, as in nobody bought it at these, we know that Mary's grandmother paid an assessor to value her property years after it was purchased, when the valuation of the property had gone down dramatically from what she originally paid, and she already had a mortgage on it. All right. So she paid somebody to come in and assess the value so that she could take another mortgage against that property. So what we're looking at here is September 29th of 2005. She had somebody come in and assess the value of that property at a time where the market was at its highest, absolute highest. This is the rise of the market boom and prior to the bubble. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so somebody came in and assessed the value. And because of that, she was able to take out a mortgage in the sum of $111,761.01. Okay. So that's not what that property was worth. That property at that time was probably worth about $20,000. It was just land at this point. I believe it was just land. She may have still had a house on there, and if she had, then maybe 120 was a generous but realistic. Could have been if there was a house on it. I know there has not been a house on it since before she died, because if you recall, the trailer days happened on this property.
Mm-hmm.
And if there had been
Even though
a house,
she keeps saying that there was no trailer.
there was a trailer and it existed on this property. And if you look through the 18 photos of the link I sent you, it will show you the place where she plugged all her stuff in.
Oh, I
And it
got
will
you.
also it will
Let me
show
show that.
you. Yeah. And now, if anybody is old like me and remembers the days where the running joke was, oh, if you believe that, then I've got some wetland property to sell you in Florida. That used to be a joke in like the 70s and 80s. because people would scam others. In the 70s and 80s, scams were common where people would sell vacation property in Florida and it would turn out to be wetland property where you couldn't build because it was swamps, right? Okay,
Yeah.
that's where that would be picture 4 is right. But show them all. Start from 1. Let's go to 1. This is the property. This is the property. So if you start from 1 and go down, look at this. It's a lot of property. It's a swamp. This is wetland. This is wetland property. One of these images shows, okay, so there's 1. It's a swamp. Reeds grown. Probably a gate or 2 and something in number 2. This is a swamp. This is the property. There's the electric box. There's the switches. There's the pole where the electricity's on. If you draw back a little, now we're getting to where the house used to be built. You can see in one of these photos, there actually used to be a home built there. And I do believe her grandmother lived in a home. There it is. Okay, do you see where the foundation of the home used to be?
The condo?
Back a little. No, this is not the condo. This is the house. This is where the home was that she lived in prior to the condo. No, I think it was it. That's it. 9. Stay on 9 for a moment.
You mean 7?
No, 9. I'm looking at 9 right there. You can see the electricity centers there. You can see the foundation where the house used to be. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I may be completely wrong in my personal chronology. This is why I wish I had Kathy on hand, but Kathy is indisposed at this moment, and I will not bother her. I'm not going to call her. I'm not going to drag her out right now. She has some personal things going on, and I just, God bless her, I love her. She's got all my support, but I'm not going to call her out right this minute. And I'm sure you understand.
I understand.
But Kathy could probably verify for us when there was a house there, if ever, and when it was taken down and why. I don't know the answers to that. What I do know is that after Kathy's mother passed away, after Kathy's stepfather passed away, which I'd like to just take a little jab at Mary and point out that in her garbage book she wrote, Mary absolutely just wrote the most humiliating things about the passing of her step-grandfather that I would never in a million years dream of writing, even of family I hate. I would not do that. I would never disrespect my husband, my father, my grandfather, the way she disrespected hers by writing what she wrote about the way he passed. If it's true, it was nobody's goddamn business, and that man deserved better. All right?
I agree.
I'll leave it at that. I will leave it at that. If anybody read it, if you know, you know. She had no right to put that out there, and it was a scummy thing to do. But at that point, if I'm not mistaken, and I may be mistaken, I like to say if I'm not mistaken because I might very well be mistaken. If I don't know 100%, I will say that. And in this case, I don't know for 100%, but I do believe that at the time that gentleman passed away, I believe that the grandmother and he and Mary were living in the house built at this location.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe also in 2005 when that mortgage was taken out, I believe the house still existed there, which is why it was valued that high. But I also know that what we're looking at here is a hole in the damn ground, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
We're looking at a hole in the ground. Looks like it was burnt, doesn't it? Looks to me like there used to be a house there. You can see where the foundation was. You can see where the electricity started. But there ain't no house there. And it does look burned. Doesn't mean it was. Looks like it burned. I don't know. What I do know is that's the same post, the same electrical post that's in the old photos that's found in Kiwi Farms showing where Mary was living in that trailer after Grandma passed away, after they gave her the property that they didn't need to give her and said, figure it out. And you know what? She was 32 years old. And when you're 32, and people that don't even like you give you a piece of property and you say, where's the deed? If they say figure it out, then you need to figure it the fuck out.
I agree.
They owed her nothing. Kathy owed her one nada of an iota of help in getting that. If somebody gave me a property that I believed was worth $500,000 or even $100, you better believe I'd be calling every county clerk in the world, going, "How do I get my deed? How do I get my deed? What do we do? What do we do?" I think any normal, sane person would. I think anybody with the IQ of a cockatiel would be calling the county clerk and trying to figure it the hell out rather than putting the burden on the grieving aunt who you do not have a relationship with, who owes you nothing. 32. Let's never forget the number 32, because that's how old Mary was when she was told to figure it out. And you know what? When I was 14, I was on the streets and I had to figure it out. And I figured it out better than she did. So there's no excuse for her at the age of 32 not going out and blaming it all on Kat. Figure it out. Yeah, figure it the fuck out. That's what people do, Mary. Stop complaining. It's not Kathy's fault that you couldn't figure it out. It's not her fault you're stupid. It's not Kathy's responsibility to take care of your dumb ass. It's just not. It's just not. And it's infuriating. I think for pretty much everybody, it gets very, very infuriating that she seems to think that Kathy bore her some responsibility to take her by the paw and just take her little hamster brain right through all of this and figure it out for her. No, Kathy's
You're
got her own
assuming that
children.
Mary has a brain.
True. I figure there's a little half-ass rusty wheel going in there somewhere, and that, every couple of months the gerbil dies.
It's fried. I think her brain is completely fried from all the drug use.
There's something going on up there. But but at the end of the day, you're looking at what exists today. This is what exists today. The house that had been occupied by Mary's grandparents after the grandfather passed away, Kathy and her sisters, all of them, they told her, this house is a large expense. It's a lot of work. Look at how difficult it was to get an ambulance in there when your husband passed away. You don't want that to happen when it's your time. We need to get to you, correct? So they convinced her, rightfully so, they convinced her to purchase a less expensive condo. Now, I've heard Mary call this $1 million condo. Oh, Lord, not in her wildest dreams was this ever $1 million condo. Every time it's something she just can't fathom what the value is, she calls it $1 million whatever. So, whenever you hear $1 million property come out of Mary's mouth, it's guaranteed she's like off by a bazillion. So
she obviously has no concept of money.
She has zero concept whatsoever.
She has zero concept of anything.
Yeah, no, she really doesn't. Now, as far as this property goes, I believe that, and again, this is an I believe, and I may be wrong. I believe that the grandparents had purchased this. Hello, I was just reading the chat real quick.
Okay.
Michael Hatfield says, I asked my great niece, who is 9 years old, if I gave you a property and you needed the deed with no help from our family, what would you do? And she said, go online. Thank you. Go online. And Mary at 32 could not do that. No, sir, Mr. Hatfield, no, she could not, because she's an asshole. This isn't even about her being stupid. This is about her being lazy and incompetent and loaded on drugs. And she wanted so desperately to blame this on anybody but her damn self. That's what it's about. But Mary is more competent than she plays up. But because she's lazy and she's selfish, then she sits around and streams with all her pity party and then makes other people do things for her. And when they don't, then she blames them for her failures.
Like what
That's
AP said.
yeah. I mean, that's exactly it's insane, but that's exactly what she does.
She never, like what AP said in May of 3, she never has worked for anything that she's been given. And
Absolutely
this
not.
behavior translates to her
Exactly.
online her behavior where she's pretty much
Correct.
screaming and crying, hoping that someone will make everything right for her.
That's
Sorry
right.
for that. I just have to get rid of the bot.
No, you're good. You're good. Anywho, it's, yeah, she. So you're looking here at that property. I think it's pretty obvious this is not a $500,000 property. There's a lot of swampland.
Mm-hmm.
Very little of it is buildable. It's very unreachable. Yeah, this is not, and in your wildest dreams, Mary, it's not a $500,000 property. And if she were able to sell it at $30K, that would have been absolutely brilliant. But she was too lazy and stupid to go about getting that damn deed. And a deed was not locked in a trust. That's just not how that works. It's just not how that works. Now, when it comes to the condo, they did not take the condo from her. She's telling people it's a $500,000 condo. She's telling people that they took it away from her because they were greedy. Kathy, in her own words, said that that condo, that she could have purchased a condo next door to it that was equal to it and in better condition, and it would have saved her more money than to pay off what was owed on her mother's condo that Mary was living in. This is what we call underwater, a great term for somebody living around swampland, isn't it? Yuck, yuck. Anyway, so yes, the condo was, again, underwater because, again, back to this housing bubble. Property was valued significantly higher prior to 2008, 2007 than it's actually worth, and significantly higher than it'd be valued today. Now, on that little sheet, right, shows that in 2018 that the swampland sold for $48,000. It sure does, Michael. It sure does. It's ridiculous. It's swampland. It's what it is. Now, it sold in 2018 for $48,000. That's probably reasonable. The reason it sold very recently for $150,000 is because we are going back into another period of inflation. Okay, this is an unfortunate cycle of our economy. We go through recessions, we go through inflations, and sometimes they're worse than others. We have not experienced an inflation this extreme since 1978.
Mm-hmm.
So we're having a real gnarly looking kind of situation going on economically with inflation, which means that this little piddly $30,000 property that sold for $48,000 fairly in 2018, long after it was out of the hands of this family, long after it was no longer Mary's, it sold for $48,000, which was probably fair for the late period of 2018. And again, it was assessed at $300,000 in 2018. That doesn't mean that's what it was worth. Mm-hmm. And it sold at $48,000, which is probably fair for what it was worth. It currently sold at $150,000, which is probably a lot higher than what it is worth. But also the assessment has gone down in value. And this has to do with modern inflation that should in no way be considered when looking at whatever this property was valued at in 2015, 2016, when Mary had the ability to sell it if she could just get her dumb ass to get that deed. 100% her fault, 100% her responsibility, 100% her self-own. She can't blame that on Kathy. So,
mm-hmm. No, you can't.
She cannot blame this on Kathy. This was her own self-own, and she just can't admit it. So now we understand why she's sitting here. She's upvaluing everything, saying she was going to sell at 50 when really it was 30. She's upvaluing, saying it was worth $500,000 when it was assessed at 300. Great, whatever. It's still about the same bracket of difference where the assessment is at least 10 times higher than the actual sale value. And the reason it was assessed so high in 2005 was number one, pre-housing bubble. Number two, probably had a house on it at that time. And number three, and most importantly, it was assessed by somebody paid by the grandmother in order for her to take out a loan of over $100,000. Now we know she took out a loan for $112,000 on that property, specifically so that she could buy that condo, which means the condo was probably worth about 120. The original, and again, this is not something Kathy told me. This is my own knowledge of property values through the last 20 years and how mortgages work. All right. So she most likely had it assessed there and took out that very bizarre number because that was the exact amount, just under 112,000 was probably what she paid for that condo, which means she owed that $112,000 because she bought it in 2005 when, like I said, these nationwide property values were skyrocketing starting around 2004, 2005. They were getting insane. And in places that people really wanted to move to, like California and Florida, New York, it was bad. It was real ugly. And so most likely her condo was probably priced after the taxes, after escrow, after everything. It probably was that figure that she took the mortgage out on this property for. She still owed that dang money. And if she owed any money prior on the 6690, I don't think she did, but she might have. But if she owed money on that property, then she would have had that mortgage alongside the $112,000 mortgage. And I do think she may have taken out at least one more loan against the condo, meaning at the end of the day, she probably owed about $200,000. This is my guesstimate, by the way. I don't want anybody to say this is a quote from Kathy. This is not a quote from Kathy. This is me putting together the numbers and figures from what I know and the paperwork I've seen and just my knowledge of property values and mortgages and how this stuff works. There was probably close to $200,000 owed on that condo at the time that grandma passed away. Mary would probably say, but she had it for 10 years. She would have paid down a third. No, that's not how that works. Anybody's ever bought a car, bought a house, bought a condo, bought anything that you have 5 or more years to pay, even if you just go take a payday loan out for $3,000, then you know that the first thing you pay off is the interest. And it can take years, like many, many years to pay the interest off. You don't start chipping away at the principal until after you pay off the interest. So if she had, let's say, $150,000, let's just put it there. Let's say she bought a condo and at the end of the day, all the property things and that $112,000, let's say she owed $150,000 as of 2005. By 2015, 10 years later, she probably was just starting to finish paying off the interest and barely starting to chip away at that principal, meaning that since she did not have a specific life insurance policy set up, I used to, with my former partner, my ex and I, we had this set up where if he were to die, his life insurance policy would have paid off the house we lived in full. And then I would have been as the named, because I was the person that was named in this policy, I would have been granted the deed and there would have been nothing to pay on the property. Okay. But not a lot of people know that these kind of policies exist and not a lot of people take them out. And I know that Mary's grandmother did not have one of these policies, meaning when she passed away, every red cent she owed on that property was still owed no matter who took it over. So if she owed $150,000 on it, which is probably close to what she owed, if she owed that, then that's what would have still been owed by Mary or Kathy or whoever took it over. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Now, when it comes to the the market value of that condo post housing bubble, post Great Recession, there's no way on God's green earth that that property was worth anywhere close to 150 or even 100,000. That was probably at best a $60,000 condo. So the idea of paying even the $112,000 mortgage down, which is double what that condo was probably worth, would be outrageous, especially after the damage that was done, specifically by Mary, who regularly held her grandmother hostage and said, "You're going to do what I want, or I'm going to kill myself." And then she would cut herself. When Kathy and her sisters entered that home after the grandmother passed away, there was blood sprayed all over the walls because
I
Mary
know.
had routinely self-harmed as a way of manipulating her grandmother to do what she wanted,
I
which is
think
disgusting.
I heard that. I heard that on Daywave when Aunt Kathy and cousin Sarah called in.
Yeah, yeah, it's fucking it's so nauseating. It's so disgusting, and then she didn't even have the damn decency to take a little hydrogen peroxide and take blood off the walls after she did it. Huh, what a monster!
I know.
I don't
And
even want to think about it.
she pretty much blamed Daywave for calling Aunt Kathy, when in actuality it was Aunt Kathy and cousin Sarah that called in, and
No,
not the other way around.
oh, she's done a whole lot of dark stuff that it's just it's a lot. Mary is a lot. Mary is a lot to choke down. She's a lot. She's like a full-time job just studying her. You know, a lot of people that follow me, they follow me for my commentary on Foodie Beauty, which I got to say, I've never seen a more ill-fitting name for a human being. She is neither a foodie nor a beauty. Um, I think I've identified where her blowhole is, but outside of that, she's just an absolute monster, much like Mary. But hey, she hasn't killed anybody. So,
I could say
yeah.
the same about Shani. I mean,
Yeah.
first,
Shani kind of did. Shani almost killed Rev. Let's be real. She almost killed Rev because somebody who's a severe advanced late stage alcoholic just going cold turkey off alcohol, that's life threatening. And she made him do that. And she probably she's not stupid. She's not stupid like Foodie Booty and like Mary. She's actually smarter than them. So she probably knew that it could kill him. And he had 700 grand at the time. You gotta wonder. You gotta think about that, huh? Shani might have known that she was in for a windfall without having to put up with little puny dick any longer. If she got him, I don't know, just oopsie, he died. Wow, who knew DTs would kill the man? Just a thought, just a side note. But you're right. But her parents are both dead now, and one could argue that the hell she put those people through could have done him in. But I'm not. I will stop short of calling Shani a murderer. I will not call her a murderer. I won't go that far. Not yet. You got a point there. I mean, I'm worried about those boys. I'll tell you what. I'm very worried about them children.
Yeah, me too.
But Foodie Beauty. Yeah, I got a lot to say about her. That's for another day, not for here. People that follow me typically follow me either for my rambling commentary about Foodie Beauty or my archiving of Medicare's current streams. So those are my big hobbies these days, is Mr. Medicare archives and Chantal, the Canadian wonder. But Mary, for some reason, is this lurking obsession that I have that sneaks into every day's waking life. I can't
Same thing with
stop.
me.
Yeah.
Same thing with me.
It's very troubling.
I mean,
she is very troubling to me.
I agree.
Now, I'm going to say something here that I don't know. I don't want to anger Kathy at all. I love her very much. I think I've made that clear. So I hope this is the one thing I'm going to say that I do not know if I have permission to say. And if I'm wrong, and maybe I'm wrong, and maybe I misunderstood her, I don't think I did, but maybe I heard her wrong, and maybe she said it elsewhere already. I don't know. I don't listen to every single place she talks. But if I get it wrong, I hope she corrects me. And I'm going to put it out as allegedly, okay, since this is my version of what I believe I heard her tell me. All right, we're going to put it out like that. At one point, when Kathy's mother was still alive, she went to visit her mother, and she made some sort of, words. She had words with Mary about the way she was treating her mother and how she wasn't going to keep living there much longer if anything happened to her mother, etc. It's not really relevant what the setup is that led to this. But from what I understand, allegedly, when left alone with Kathy, Mary took out a knife and she told her, "You better not say or do yada, 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 because I could just kill you and I could get away with it. I have before. No one will ever lock me up because I'm mentally ill."
That could be a serious allegation.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Which is why I do if I'm misquoting anything I've heard or don't have permission to be quoting this, then I absolutely my most deep and sincere apologies for getting the story wrong if I am. If I am.
But then
yes,
again, I could
it
see
is
Mary doing that.
absolutely who can't? Who can't see her doing this? She'd already been let off the hook once for another woman's murder.
I know, Roberta.
Because of her mental health issues. She goes on and on saying, "My family doesn't believe I'm mentally ill." That's actually not true. They know she's batshit crazy. They know that. What they don't believe is that she's as mentally ill as she claims to be, because she is not. She has absolutely lied about the level of hallucination she experiences, and that was a story concocted between her and the, yes, very real, absolutely existed $40,000 defense attorney hired by Meemaw in order to make sure Mary wasn't charged and didn't go to jail. Okay, so he said, play up the mental illness, do A, B, and C, act like a monkey, dance little monkey dance, and they're not going to charge you. And that's what happened. And yeah, so if you ever read, I don't know if you've read it's on Kiwi Farms. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It's on Kiwi Farms. The documents, let me look at it fast. Address.
What, the court
Kiwi
documents?
Farms. There is a document from in Kiwi Farms, and I have it on my hard drive, but I'm not sure where it is right this moment. But there absolutely is a document that shows because both the state and the defense had ordered for a mental health evaluation of Mary, and the things that she said were so wacky diddle. Like she shouldn't talk like this now. She does not talk like this now. Why do they? Oh gosh, darn it! Let me see. I got something in my way over here on Kiwi Farms. Looking up things. Let me find it. I'm so sorry to keep you waiting. I'm so slow all the time. So sorry. Everybody's got these stupid little party hats on in Kiwi Farms. What's going on? Why am I looking at party hats? Why are there party hats and everything? I'm serious. Is this just me?
Kiwi Farms does this stuff.
They got little party hats on everybody. Joey, look at this. Look at little party hats on everybody. Oh my god!
I don't have it on my screen.
Let me I'll send you a little screenshot. I'm gonna screenshot this. It just says a random page off of hers, but I'm like, what am I looking at? I could not. I'm serious. I could not look at that. But it was a little stupid party hats. I've never once in my life posted in Kiwi Farms, but I do have an account so that I can see things where you need an account to see it, and it's even on my little avatar while I'm looking. I'm like, what am I looking at? So yeah, that's hilarious, but whatever. Okay, so I'm getting a little warmer here. Hold up, there's so much interesting stuff, and you're in there.
I know.
Good golly.
I think most people would know about that. Most people who know about Kiwi Farms. Yeah.
Okay, well, there's something that I had read off at one point.
I think it was about.
Kathy and I have like really gone through these court papers with a fine tooth comb, and I've actually pointed out some things that some of the boys that have gone over it and made videos and streams about it have missed. But like for example, let's have a moment to let's pour a little from the 40 for the hard drives that are no longer with us. Let's talk for a moment about hard drives, shall we? Have you ever changed a hard drive in a laptop?
No.
Oh, I have. You know what they don't do?
What?
They don't catch fire.
Oh.
They do not catch fire, honey. They come out with 4 little screws. They just come out. They're solid state. And not to be confused with the SSDs of today. I'm talking old school, and she had an old ass computer, and I've been dealing with laptops since the 90s. The old laptops, you just open up the back of the laptop upside down. It's a very clear and obvious space where it is. So long as the machine hasn't been plugged in, you just unscrew 4 tiny little screws and whoop, you lift it right out. There's literally no way for it to catch fire. I can't imagine in my wildest dreams having a hard drive just poof into flames in my hand. That does not happen. That's not a thing. But hers did. Isn't that funny? Now, I explained to Kathy my theory, which is based on actual, like, courtroom education and background, okay? My theory about why that thing caught fire, which would have been absolutely no accident, and that is that they very much wanted to not have to charge Mary at that time so that they could put all their eggs in the basket of convicting Kenneth. Because Kenneth, if they charged Mary, there was a good chance they would weaken their case against Kenneth, and they absolutely wanted to throw the book at Kenneth, and they didn't want him to weasel out. Mary, she, not charging her was a sacrifice they were willing to let go, so long as it confirmed the conviction for Kenneth, and they got exactly what they wanted. Now, why does it matter if her hard drive exists or not? I'll tell you. Because we now know from the court transcripts, we now know that we haven't seen the full transcripts yet. I'm in the process of preparing to get the full transcripts along with Kathy. We just, again, right now, we got too much personal stuff going on, both of us. It's not going to happen this week. Hopefully by March, we'll have those transcripts, okay? I think enough of us have waited a good enough time that a few more weeks ain't gonna hurt nobody. But when it comes to, God damn, like her thread's getting big, isn't it? When it comes to,
I know, right?
Yeah, it's growing, man. She ain't foodie beauty levels yet, but we're getting up there. Boy, howdy.
Oh, we got.
Yeah,
I mean, more people are. We gotta get. I mean, I don't know if we can mainstream her, but she's almost there, and soon.
A lot of people don't want to touch her, because it's too yucky. Her story is too gross, and there are people who don't want to touch it because of the murder, and then there's other people that don't want to touch it because of the mental health and homelessness, because you have to kind of dive in, feet first with Mary, and be around it for a while to understand why she's an unsympathetic character. Because her being a crying, sniveling snot bag of I'm mentally ill and homeless, it really does hurt people. The idea that people are mocking and trolling her. All you got to do is look at how people respond to her in Reddit to understand that people just feel icky. People feel icky, laughing at, or poking fun, or trolling this person who comes off as what we perceive as a victim. She's not a victim. And you got to really kind of get in there and get your feet dirty, get your hands dirty to see and understand why she's not a victim. Oh, stupid. thing. I'm just sorry. I'm scrolling through her stupid thread. Wow.
I'm
There's
doing
so
the same
much.
thing too.
I'm on page 8. Oh my God.
Oh, page 8. You're on page 8. Okay, I'll be on there.
Yeah, I'm going scrolling. Man, she's got quite the mess going down.
No shit.
It just goes on. I've been through the whole thing so many times. I would, I've sent it to people and said, go ahead and have it read, but it's so time consuming to go through this. It's insane. Oh, what is that?
Trainer.
I gotta be careful not to stop and read her lengthy Facebook posts because they can get pretty overwhelming. I swear to God, I should have bookmarked exactly where every stupid thing was. And I probably on my hard drive. But this is frustrating. Okay, let me go back. I'm up to 11. Come on now.
11. Page
Yep.
11.
Yeah.
All right, I'm there.
Should spit half a tooth out. Good for you, girl. Just spit them all out. Spit out them toofies. What you doing? Where's that? What is that? I don't know. Hello Kitty posted something. I don't know what that's about. Not going to stop and read it. Can't. Why does she keep posting these ugly She keeps posting her ugly haircuts. They're horrible. Is she paying somebody to do that to her? Jesus.
Oh my God. Yeah. You don't need to look at those haircuts. I mean, AP.
Oh, they're the worst.
AP knows how to make those with his little cartoon avatar of Mary.
Yeah, good golly.
I think that cartoon avatar of Mary is pretty much a more accurate depiction of her.
Right.
Lazy eye, fucked up hair, male, fat.
It's so much, yeah. Okay, let me. God dang it! I should have. If I'd known I was going to touch on this one, I would have brought it up before I came on. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Golly. Oh Lord. Okay, next, page 13. There's only 19 pages here, folks. It's going to be here any second now. I can't believe I haven't hit it yet. I thought it was before, unless somebody cleaned this up, because I'm positive I did not. It might be on. I want to say it might be as far out as 17, which is why I'm scrolling as fast as I can. I'm an adult being abused by my family from Reddit. Yeah, the way they coddle her in Reddit's just gross. And they've called all of us like some sort of a trolling community that's abusing her. You gotta love Reddit.
I mean, dude.
They have no concept of what's going on with it. I'm not gonna lie, I absolutely hope that with all of her stories that she's put out that contradict one another and how it keeps changing, all the things that she's put out there and new evidence that's come up, I genuinely hope that the state of Florida reopens a case against her. And there is never a statute of limitations on murder. And so, since she was never charged with anything that she loves so much to brag about how she was never charged with anything, that means she can be charged with something. And it's pretty obvious her involvement was intense. Oh shoot, what I hit. Okay, there we go. So I'm up to 16 again. I swear it's probably page 17. It's right around here what I'm looking for. And wow, there's so much in here. And I'm trying to make a serious point about, you know what, I might even miss it. I might have to just do it without the papers. And that's okay. I'm on 17. If it's not here, I'm going to stop because I think I found it. Found it. Okay. Page 17. Go to December 30th by Grandmaster. And it's post number 325. Let me see
December
if I can.
30th?
Yes, let me see. Let me give you a link to this directly. I will link you.
I got it.
Okay. So there's 5 papers in here. And these papers, not all of them matter. That one of them is almost like a smoking gun. And it's the 4th paper, 4.png. Blow that one up so you can see it. This paper is important because this is where Kenneth chose to change his plea to guilty at the very end of a trial, which is weird. He chose to change his plea to guilty, but he had his defense attorney put in a motion to accept the plea without this consideration of him having done it cold and calculated and premeditated with pecuniary gain. What this means is he wanted his guilty plea to be accepted by the court with the understanding that he did not really plan this out in a cold-blooded way to gain financial or property value from Roberta, that this was done out of passion, not out of, the much more reviled reasons of, this, of I'm going to take your house, I'm going to take your car, I'm going to take your money, I have a life insurance policy. There was none of that. Nothing was involved like that. So in the motion presented to the court by Kenneth's attorney that was saying, we will plead guilty, but please remove these aggravating factors that would cause death sentence to be necessary, okay? In this, the attorney writes about Mr. McBride. He says, based on the prosecution, based on the state's own admissions, Mary Barone had a significant number of mental health issues, and as evidenced by the numerous emails presented during her testimony. I want that to be clear. Let me say it again. As evidenced by the numerous emails presented during Mary Barone's testimony, Ms. Barone began pushing Mr. McBride to get rid of Ms. Laws. Ms. Barone was desperate for a place to live, since by her own admissions, she did not get along with her grandmother, and that was her only alternative. Let's go through this one more time. Based on the admissions of the state prosecution, Mary had a significant number of mental health issues, and as evidenced by the numerous emails presented during her testimony, Ms. Barone began pushing Mr. McBride to get rid of Ms. Laws.
She was desperate for a place to live, since by her own admissions,
she wanted to live in that house, and she wanted that woman gone. Now, let me point out two things that are really important that aren't in this paper. One, Mary has said, well, yeah, I said, get rid of her. I didn't know he'd kill her. Okay. She said that. She also said to us many times in many videos and in her book, I say with air quotes, she's also said, he told me for months that he killed people all over the country. There were bodies buried everywhere.
Okay, that part. Oh my God! Don't get me started on that part. The whole vigilante.
Just stop for a moment and think of the fact this woman, according to her own testimony to us, believed that this man not only was capable of murder, but had committed it many, many times. So how am I supposed to believe her when she says, well, when I said get rid of her, I just meant put her in a home. I didn't mean like kill her. How am I supposed to believe that? Not only because the police report itself that was taking her own words says, we had a fight coming back from dinner on my birthday about getting rid of Roberta. And he finally said, fine, when we get home, I'll just kill her. And then we rode in silence till we got there. That was her words to the police. She said that he said, I'll just kill her when we get home. And she didn't say, oh, no, that's not what I meant. Are you crazy? She didn't say, don't do it, Kenneth. She's helpless. And no. She said they rode in silence till they got there. She sat in the car for 20 minutes, according to the police report, which is her original testimony. She sat in the car for 20 minutes, and then he came out and he said, it's done. And then she went inside with him and helped him wrap the body in bags and went and bought him a shovel. So this is a woman who has already told us in her book and in many videos that she believed that this man had committed countless murders all over the nation, had bodies buried everywhere. Yet we're supposed to at the same time believe that when she said, get rid of her, get rid of her, get rid of her, that it never occurred to her that that might be translated to kill her. Even though this man, according to her, claims he'd murdered dozens of people.
I don't
Make
know
that
if
make
that's.
sense. Make
I
that
don't know
make
if that's
sense.
exact.
If she believed, if it's true, I mean, if she wants us to believe half of one but not half of the other, it just don't work that way. She wants us to believe that she believed that Kenneth had murdered dozens of people and had bodies buried all over the country. She wanted us to believe that she believed that before she ever wrote the first email saying get rid of her. So at the same time, she wants us to believe that when she said get rid of her, that she didn't mean kill her, and she didn't think in a million years that he would take it as killer. But how on earth, if you truly believe that your boyfriend has murdered even one person, let alone dozens, which she claims she believed, then how are you going to tell me that you could say over and over and over for months, get rid of her, get rid of her, get rid of her, get rid of her, and that you don't think murder will be his answer? How are you going to tell the police we had a fight over getting rid of her, and finally he said, fine, I'll kill her when we get home? And then you just sat your ass there silently on the ride and waited till he said it's done. How are you supposed to tell all these stories about he had me convinced to kill dozens of people? He told me I'll just kill her when we get home. How are you supposed to, and you expect me to believe that you told him repeatedly, get rid of her, but never thought in a million years he would kill her? That doesn't make any sense. But I'll tell you what does make sense. When she had, according to her own testimony, everybody say, sure, these emails exist where they say from Mary's email, get rid of her, get rid of her. The only way that the state can actually effectively charge her as an accessory to this murder by using that as evidence is if they pull it from her own hard drive, okay? It has to come from her own hard drive.
Can't go on the Wayback Machine?
That's not how that works. This we're not talking about public information. These are private emails. And if they're private emails on Kenneth's computer, then these are emails on Kenneth's computer that Kenneth could have sent himself. Maybe he broke into her email from his own computer and sent them to himself. So the only way you can prove that it actually originated from her is to get into her private hard drive that she's the only one who can access it and see if that was written from her computer. But, isn't it funny? That's the one thing that caught fire and was destroyed. Darn. So, by destroying the hard drive from her computer, the state effectively got themselves out of any kind of responsibility for charging this woman for murder.
Mm.
So, if you don't have her specific hard drive proving she wrote those emails, then maybe she didn't write those emails, therefore you don't have a case. If you go into his emails and see the emails from her, you can be like, oh, that's great, it's hers, but you can't prove they came directly from her. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can't prove, nobody can prove that she wrote the emails, even though she knows damn well she wrote the emails. She pretty much admitted it in the court. The reason I refer to this page you have on the screen as the quote smoking gun is because this tells us right here that we have testimony in the transcripts that shows that Mary pretty much shot herself in the foot, saying, yes, I these emails exist. Lots of them exist.
Oof.
And so we just need to get the actual transcript so we can see it in her own words, not written secondhand by the defense attorney. But this is pretty damning right here. This is very, very damning what you're looking at. Excuse me. So this is a very dark thing she did. She knows what she did. That's why every time somebody calls her out on it, she suddenly has like a lapse of memory. Like, I don't remember doing that. Yes, yeah, sure you don't, Mary. Sure you don't. So Mary, back to this inheritance, if you don't mind, that series of screenshots, there's a point to those. That's I sent you six screenshots, and I'll wrap it. Once we get through those 6 screenshots, we'll wrap it. My end, anyhow.
All right.
So we do know.
Which one? Which screenshot?
Okay, so I had sent you first the 2 property screenshots showing that, proving to you the actual true value of that property and how much money her grandmother owed on it when she died. This property was significantly underwater, and it was never worth $500,000. It was not $1 million condo.
Is it the Zillow page?
No. Past that, and I actually numbered the documents 1 through 6, but they didn't come through that way. It's just in a row. I did set them chronological. So starting with just done trying. Tomorrow everything will be okay.
All right. Hold on.
Now, I actually got that one a little out of order. That one belongs, let me see, 1, 2, 3. It should be, that one should be in 4th place, technically. So if you go to the second one that says, thank God, things are finally going in the right direction.
All right, I'm going to get that. Is it on?
I sent them all in a row. It's the second one out of the Facebook screenshots I sent you.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, this one? Thank God.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank
That's
God.
what it starts with. Pull it up on the screen, if you will.
Thank God. Things are finally going in the right direction. I was losing hope when God finally stepped in.
Can we get it on the screen, sir?
Yeah, I did.
I don't see it on the screen. Am I doing so? Oh, whoa. Okay, there we go. Oh, that came up weird. It's coming up. It's not coming up. There we go. Got it. Sorry,
Yeah.
I've got like the active discussion we're in, and then I've got what's live on YouTube open and muted. So it was that came through a little delayed, but thank you. Okay, so January 5th. This is when Kathy called and said, I have this check for $10,000 for you. Mm-hmm. All right. So don't zoom in on it if you can. Let's just see this whole thing in all its glory. So the first, like the bottom one was first, where it says power's gone, and there's a freeze warning tonight. My great grandmother froze to death. Me. Whatever. I've heard it's not the worst way to go. Oh my God. Oh,
that part.
I can't with her. Oh my God. What the fuck? Anyhow, so this is before the $10,000. And then that night, like Kathy contacted her and said, we have this check for you. It's a cashier's check. She has said over and over, you will hear Mary say over and over and over, that money came straight from my grandmother's account. No, ma'am. That money came straight from Kathy's account. That was a cashier's check. She said over and over, her grandmother's name was on the check. Honey, there are no names on cashier's checks, just the bank name.
Oof.
So she's a liar. She's a liar. This was a $10,000 cashier's check. It did not have her grandmother's name on it. It had the bank's name on it. But Kathy called her and said, we've got this check. It was her and her sisters were going to give it to her, and they decided that Kathy would be the spokesperson who would speak. All right? Which, I don't know. If I were part of that family, I'd have Kathy speak for me too. So,
yeah, me too.
So Kathy tells her, we got this check. Let's give it to you. So she gave her the check.
She's everyone's aunt.
Yeah.
Aunt Kathy.
She's kind of like my sister. We're a little too close in age, and we got a ridiculous amount of stuff in common. It's wild. You know, I'll tell you someday in private, maybe, but
All right.
not for the stream. I do love Kathy though a lot. But yeah, she
I love Aunt
Mary
Kathy too.
Mary puts out that the power's gone and there's freeze warning. Forget this nonsense she says about her grandmother dying. It's just pity points, whatever. And then she says, "Thank God things are finally going in the right direction. I was losing hope when God finally stepped in and showed he's there." You mean Kathy? Is Kathy God now? Because it was Kathy that stepped in and called up and said, "I got a cashier's check for 10K to give you. Let's meet tomorrow." That was Kathy. But if she wants to call Kathy God, that's great. I'll support that. Whatever. She ought to be bowing down to her like she is. It's whatever. So there's the first screenshot. This is the moment, January 5th, where we know things are going to change for her financially because Kathy got it. And then what does this dummy do? What do you think this dumb bitch does once she gets the 10,000 and cashes it?
What?
She
Wasted on
immediately-
drugs?
She just starts posting on Facebook every damn penny she spends and wastes and what she's spending on. And I was handed a small hand, just a fraction of the screenshots of what this idiot was posting online about what she was wasting this money on. So
I thought it was on drugs.
I'm sure some of it went there. I'm sure. But so much more. So
Damn.
the third screenshot, which is technically, keep in mind, the very first screenshot I gave you, I accidentally numbered that as 1. That should be number 4. So let's treat it as such. So the one we just read, it's the second. That's the first one. The next one, January 8th, January 6th and 8th. Now, the 6th one is the one from the 6th. It's some offensive, dumb shit about lesbians that she should have shut her mouth about. And it's irrelevant to this. Doesn't matter. But the one from the 8th, it says water, lights, cable, internet. I even got Netflix. Yesterday was busy and stressful, but I pushed myself to get it done. And now today I can relax and clean and be thankful that tonight I won't be cold or hungry. And I can even take a hot bath in my own tub because she spent a bunch of this money getting all these utilities turned back on, even though she wrote in the book that she lived in this hovel without water or heat or lights for like all this time. She got nothing.
Oof.
Girl even had Netflix. I even got Netflix. So that was a lie. She took that 10K and she hooked herself up. Hooked herself up. So she was doing mighty fine.
Netflix and chill, huh?
Next screenshot. Oh yeah, she chilling with her damn self and a bunch of Johns who came in and brought them tricks in so that they could screw her for weed because that's normal. The next
one
screenshot
is number 5.
And we're gonna start from the bottom up. Getting some Olive Garden for lunch.
Okay,
Getting some Olive Garden for lunch. Next one. Same day, by the way. I'm going to adopt a cat soon. I think it'll help with my loneliness and depression to have something to take care of again. The cat she wound up abandoning for dead. Okay. And then the next one. Got a new hookah. Smiley emoji. Oh, God. Do you know how expensive a good hookah would have been in Florida in 2016? Yikes, that's a waste. That's called like.
Let me pull that shit up.
Ugh, that is the epitome of wasting money. What the hell? Got a new hookah. Going to Olive Garden. This is what she was doing with that $10,000. This is what she was doing with it.
She's even more fiscally
irresponsible.
She's
more fiscally all the way. Absolutely.
Hold on. Let me say this.
Go ahead.
She's more fiscally irresponsible than Rev.
Oh, she's terrible. You're right.
That's what I was gonna say.
Because this was gone in a matter of weeks. Gone in a matter of weeks. So getting some Olive Garden for lunch. Next one, going to adopt a cat. Which, by the way, when you adopt a cat, last time I adopted a pet from an SPCA, it was probably over 20 years ago, and it cost a couple $100 to do it back then. I'm assuming the fees have gone up. Okay, it's not cheap to go adopt a cat from the pound.
Yeah,
they want to make sure it goes. Yeah, they want it to go to a responsible home that can take care of it. So when you adopt these pets, they charge you for all of the things they've done to take care of it. They charge you for its medical care. They charge you for spaying and neutering the animal. So particularly if it's a female cat, hers was female, the cat might have run her about $400. I'm guessing because again, I haven't adopted in about over 20 years. It's been a while since I've done it. When I adopted a puppy back from an SPCA back in 1992 or 93, that dog cost me almost $300 from a pound. It was a dog that they were going to put to sleep if I didn't adopt it, and it was still $300 out the door. Now females cost more because they're charging you for the spaying and neutering, and at the end of the day, prices have clearly gone up quite a bit since 92 when I got that puppy. I imagine that cat probably cost her $350 to get that kitten. What a dumb thing to just blow money on, and then especially leave the cat abandoned to die. And then got a new hookah. I didn't look up the value of hookahs in Florida and Jacksonville, but typically I think those run a few $100s at least.
I know.
Next screenshot. Let me get back over here. This is probably where we can interject the very first one I sent out of order, where it says, the bottom says, wish burger places delivered. I don't feel like going out in the cold for food.
Let me get that up. It's the one that's
That's the top one.
What?
And then the top part says, just done trying. Tomorrow everything will be okay, which I believe had to do with another part of the check clearing. Keep in mind, she has only had that check for less than a week at this point. She's only had that money less than a week. It hasn't fully cleared. She's been spending this money like crazy. Okay? So all this money's been getting spent. If you want, you can just skip ahead to the last two.
Right.
The second to last is dated January 26th, and the last one is February 14th and February 16th. So if you bring up January 26th, this is when the check's cleared again. There you go. So she's wasting her money on fast food and sniveling about, oh, it's so hard. It's so hard. Ugh, living in this free condo with nobody to tell me what to do and all of this money to burn.
Posh life is exhausting.
Life is so exhausting, isn't it? So if you go to the next screenshot, second to last screenshot.
Okay. The birthday gift shit?
No, right before that was the last one. This is the right one you got up here. So it starts with
Gator
a little,
tail.
yeah. It starts, well, you got to read them from bottom up because that's how they go chronologically. A little rum greatly enhances the effects of sleepy time tea. Oh, girl.
God.
So she's just bragging basically about her alcoholism and more money wasting. And then gator tail and fries for lunch with a Long Island iced tea, more liquor. Now, instead of buying the entire candy shop because I'm going in hungry, I'll buy it all because I'm going in buzzed. So now she's talking about being high, being drunk. She's buying expensive local cuisine, which I don't know. I never had gator tail. Maybe gator tail is dirt cheap. I don't know. I know that's not something you can just go down to my corner store and get.
I agree.
I'm assuming it's something that's either local or touristy or both. You know?
Yeah. I can see someone like Trisha post that shit on whatever social media site she's on.
Yeah.
But
she's just, the point is she's doing more just redundantly bragging about how much money she's just throwing away.
Oh, kind of like how Shani and Rev did in most of their videos.
Exactly.
Living the life of luxury while the rest of the world has to drink tap water.
That's correct.
While she sips Dr. Pepper.
Yes.
I get it.
Yes. And then if you look at the very last one, The last screenshot out of this lot that I sent you.
All right, I'm gonna be pulling that up because fuck Mary, she's a fat ugly. See you next Tuesday.
Oh yeah, she's something, all right. she's all the things. I agree.
She's a duck murderer.
Those poor ducks. No.
Even though you can't kill a duck by feeding it cooked rice.
Nah, you can't. But it sure did get her panties in a twist when people told her that. That was actually pretty funny.
I know, that was funny as hell when people, because she was saying, they call me a duck murderer because I murdered a potato.
Right. Okay, so
hashtag justice for a potato.
Valentine's Day. She says, new recipe to try in the bread maker tonight. It's a honey wheat that's supposed to be like what you get at the Outback Steakhouse. I'm not 100% certain, but I don't think there was a bread maker in the house before her grandmother passed away. And what I do know for certain is that this is the period of time.
It's like Shanny revving the air fryer.
It is. But this is her period of time where she's complaining to all of us and wrote in her book that she was living with no electricity. So, no electricity? What you plugging that bread maker into?
Oof! Oh my God.
Let's see. I bought myself an early birthday gift and it doesn't work. And the store, that's an hour drive away, only gives store credit. So basically, I just threw $100 away. She just refused to even go back and return the broken thing. She just went, fuck it. Who needs $100, right? Because the woman who's constantly talking about how we're all rich, right? We're all wealthy. We're all rich because we have money we work to earn. She just threw $100 away on February 16th of 2016 and then it was too lazy to take it back and at least get a store credit for where the fuck she wasted $100 on. I bet you money it was probably the damn bread maker. It was probably the bread maker. It was probably the bread maker. Don't know. Just a guess.
I would bet it was the bread maker because she doesn't even know how to work shit right.
She doesn't.
I wouldn't even trust her with an air fryer.
Oh my goodness. No, this is insane. So this is just a sampling of what she was throwing out there in the beginning of 2016 after she was handed this check for $10,000. The check that she swears up and down, they said, and the goodness of our heart. Nobody said that. They were like, out of our want to get rid of you is more like it. They wanted no part of her. They just wanted to get rid of her. They didn't want to give her nothing, but this was something that they just, I don't know. I'm not going to get ahead of myself because I'm about to start throwing out things that are what if-isms that are like how I feel about the situation. I'm trying really hard to stay on point with facts. What is going on over here? And let's go and get out of here. The fuck?
Oh, is that one of the
stupid bots? Yeah, the hell. Anyhow. So there's a sampling of her wasting the ever-living shit out of all the money that was given to her. Her lying about having no utilities during that time. Just showing her true character for what it is. In the beginning of 2016, right after. Keep in mind that the day that her grandmother died, all the way up to the day of the funeral, all she did was snivel and whine and complain about where's the money, where's the will, where's the will, where's the money, money, what do I get? Now, I started out at the very beginning of this conversation talking about the alleged message from her sister, Jennifer. I want to reemphasize that she never had a right to see that message. It was not written for her. It was not meant for her. Whether it was actually written by Jennifer, we don't know, and she can't prove it. And the burden is on her. It does not prove anything about a will, except for the fact that she doesn't understand what a will is.
Oof.
And that's something you and I have discussed prior to this. So let's end on this note, because I think it's really, really relevant, really powerful. She is currently on her channel demanding that somebody produce this will because it exists and she wants to prove it and that blah, 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 blah. Okay, now when it comes to a will, these are legally set up with attorneys and trusts. There is no way for a will to be hidden or destroyed by a family member who doesn't like you. That's just simply not how wills work. When a will is a legitimate will that has been filed properly, it is held by a trusted third party, such as an attorney or a legal office or a county clerk. It is not something that would be sitting around in your safe. Like that's the movies, okay? That's some Perry Mason shit. That's not how this works. A real will would be trusted with a legal third party who does not have a say in the matter. So if there ever had been a will regarding the property that belonged to Evelyn Gove, the grandmother, there would have been no way physically at all. It would have been physically impossible for Kathy or anyone else to take that will and hide it or destroy it or just refuse to read it. That's not how wills work. Period. So she goes on, and her proof that a will exists is in a very recent, she's brought this up many, many times, and it's in a very recent video that she did, I want to say on the 31st, she put out a video where she goes over this alleged, Facebook user, this alleged forwarded third-party message, supposedly from Jennifer, the sister, the older sister, who she said absolutely terrible things about her sisters, and I am certain neither one of them deserves a damn thing she said, just like Kathy doesn't. Nobody's perfect, all right? Nobody's perfect, but nobody deserves what she said about them, and she will never understand that. That's why people hate her. She will never understand that. That's why I hate her. It's why you hate her. It's why Kathy and her sisters hate her. She has
That's
no
why
right
Bertie
to say
hates her.
Absolutely.
That's why.
Yeah.
I don't know if AP. Well, AP loathes her. He just makes fun of AP. Makes fun of her.
He does not. I think AP's got a big heart, and I think AP
a heart that's pretty much working its way.
Yeah, no, he's got a big defective heart. As if we're going to talk about medical, I worry about him day and night. I do. I actually give a shit about AP.
He kind of reminds me of my uncle. With that sense of humor.
Yeah, AP is, he's a good guy. He's a good guy. But, yeah, it's not my place to be talking about his health and stuff. When I'm speaking figuratively, he's got a big heart. And by that, I mean that he absolutely, as much as she's done terrible things to him and said terrible things about him, at the end of the day, he always comes back and he tries really hard. He does. He tries really hard to still be nice to her. He has sent her money at times where she really didn't deserve it.
I know, and she doesn't deserve it. And she goes on trying to decline his offer. I mean, Christmas. She's Christmas.
Ridiculous.
I mean, really, Mary?
I know.
He was trying to do something nice to you. So was Mersh.
Yeah, I know.
So was Mersh. And you did was just shat on him for all because you hate his guts?
Yeah, well, let's not harp on this too much because you and I both have a tendency to just go on, and it can be time consuming. So I do want to get to this point about the will. The will that's discussed, and this is absolutely laughable. It is laughable. The will that is discussed in this proof that there was a will live in me everything video that she put out on about the 31st. Okay, the will repeatedly, and it's very likely if this was actually written by Jennifer, and it probably was. It's very likely Jennifer did not understand what this meant either. Okay, but it said repeatedly. The living will. I know that Grandma had written her into her living will. I know that Mary was mentioned in the living will. Now, the term living will, it's always phrased that way. The living will, the living will, the living will. people really need to go Google what living will means, because it doesn't mean what they think it means. I have a living will. My husband has a living will.
My mother has a living will.
Right. What it is it is an advanced directive that is given to the hospital when you are incapacitated, if you are ill, if you're in a coma, if you have a trach, if you are in any way where you cannot communicate or you are unconscious, decisions that are made about what type of medication to give to you. The living will is the advanced directive that dictates who in your friends or family has the right to speak on your behalf about your medical care or lack thereof. So let's say I were to go into a coma and be on life support and pronounced brain dead. My husband, who is the one named in my living will, he's the one who gets to decide whether or not they put me on a morphine drip and pull the plug and just let me go peacefully into the night. He's the one that gets to decide whether or not my organs are donated after I pass if I have not made that decision beforehand. He's the one who gets to decide the decisions I cannot make for myself while I am still alive with a beating heart in the hospital. This has absolutely zero goose egg to do with property. So the living will that Jennifer was telling her daughter about privately, that the daughter, who was very young at the time, passed on to Mary. Mary should have never seen it, but Mary is now using this to say, this is proof that I was left everything in the will. No, this is proof, if you can call it that your grandmother had included you as a decision maker about what happened to her when she could not speak for herself in the hospital while dying. Nothing else. At the moment she ceases to exist, so does that living will. When you
Exactly.
die, your living will dies with you. That's why it's called a living
A
will.
living will.
Exactly. So her proof, with air quotes, that there was a will is proof that there was an advanced directive, which is a very, very different thing than what she's trying to tell people. And now, as far as this piece of property goes, it was never worth $500,000. This is just quick summary, recap, everything I've talked about. The property she would have been lucky to get 30 grand for it. It was never worth $500,000. The condo was not $1 million condo. It was purchased for a little over 100 grand, and more than that was owed on it. And the condo absolutely was underwater because its current value was probably about 50% or less what was owed on it, which would have made 0 sense for anybody to keep paying into that. And Mary would not have been able to pay into that, which is why it had to go. And there was nothing that could be done about it. If Mary had figured it out, she might have gotten herself the deed to that swampland and might have made a pretty penny off of it, which would have been 3 times what they handed her for nothing that she pissed away overnight.
Mhm.
Mary is her own worst enemy, and her own evidence does nothing but prove what a loser she is.
Exactly. I could say the same about Red too.
Oh, sure. But we're not talking about him right now. And with Rev and his money, as a side note, Shanny's the problem more than him, because while he did become as wasteful as all get out, he had that money for a hot minute before she came into his life.
Yeah.
And he had not screwed off the house or the money. He just sat around getting drunk and doing his little Jesus dream every night, making an ass of himself. And she involved herself in his life because she wanted that damn money.
Huh.
I've seen their OnlyFans porn. It couldn't have been because she wanted that dick.
I mean, yeah.
No,
I mean,
she wanted the money.
yeah, we could have set Mary up with Rev. They're both crazy.
Oh no, God, no. I think she's better off with James Clark, because they're both kind of like pedophiles and stalkers. So, you
Yeah.
know, that would work out better. Plus, that idiot's willing to defend her for whatever goes.
I know.
Who
I
knows?
saw that. I did.
And I like the fact that the more he gets obsessed with Mary, the less he wants to bother Ileana, who, like, I pity that woman that she has to put up with that son of a bitch for 7 years. I mean, I don't know what I would have done, but I would have done some things that I can't say on YouTube.
I would have challenged him to a karate match and
that'd be
dip
funny.
out at the last minute like AP would.
No,
I don't care if he talks about.
Don't pull a donga.
I don't care if he says that I backed out.
Right.
Honestly.
Now, I do have one last word about Mary that I want to say, and this is more of a message to certain trolls that just absolutely live for the purpose of trying to get Mary drummed out of her mental health care and out of her apartment. I have a message to the one or more people that do this obsessively and write letters to her landlord and write letters to the housing authority and write letters to the mental health clinic and people, this is done, and people have called her a liar for saying this. I know for a fact there's at least one, possibly more people that actually do this regularly. And I have a message.
I want to believe it could be niece, Lone Wolf.
I'm not going to name any names. I'm not going to name any names because I don't want to be target number 2. All right.
Yeah, me neither.
Okay. So I'm not going to name any names, but my message to one or more trolls who are trying actively to have Mary thrown out of her Section 8 because you think another family deserves it more, trying to actively get her kicked out of her mental health care because you think somebody else needs it more, trying to actively get her kicked off of her little bit of
Section
general
8.
assistance she gets, not just Section 8, but the general assistance, because you think that, that money would go somewhere else better. Let me just say this. I am a resident of the state of California. My husband and I struggle to get by in the state with a 6-figure income. Okay. I was born and raised in this state. My husband moved here 15 years ago so that we could start a family together. This is a very expensive place to live that has a we're overtaxed. We are the worst tax state in the union. It's a great place to live, believe it or not. Not everything is this big old super left-wing, uber liberal shithole like, parts of LA and San Francisco can be. It's not. It's just not. We are traditionally actually a red state. We are largely an agricultural community. Okay. We are largely a community of immigrants. California is a beautiful, wonderful place to live that, unfortunately, in the last 20 years, we've gotten some real shitty people in our politics. It does not define who we are as Californians. There's a reason that people keep moving here. The weather is amazing. The country is beautiful. The cost of living is insane. The taxation is outrageous. And one thing we have more than our fill of that we don't need another single one is crazy motherfuckers on our street, pissing and shitting all over our streets, scaring our children, screaming at people working at kiosks, having to get threatened with pepper spray at a damn kiosk by an immigrant who's just trying to make a few dollars. Okay, we don't need more crazy motherfuckers out on the street. Holy shit, we got enough of them. Stop it. Stop trying to make this bitch out homeless. Stop trying to take her damn medications away. Stop trying to put her back on the streets. She will be shitting in the streets. She will be disgusting. She'll be
shitting in a bowl. What are you talking about? Shitting in the streets.
She's not gonna. What she won't do. What she will not do if she winds up homeless again is she will not die. She will not go back to Florida. She will not get a job. She will not become a better person. What she will become is a more expensive problem for the state of California.
So she'll be a financial burden.
Absolutely. And to top it off, because of what we've just gone through with COVID, and I happen to know what the owners of apartment buildings and properties have to go through when they have to evict somebody or they lose a renter. And what they go through is like they will spend months and months unable to rent that unit unable to pay the mortgage for their full building because the apartment's going to have to be overhauled. That guy's going to go anywhere from 3 to 6 months without the rent on that unit if she gets thrown out of it. He could potentially get that the bank will take his property if he has to evict Mary for any reason at all. So if she gets thrown out of that Section 8, it could ruin the life of the owner of the building who didn't do anything to deserve that. Taking away her Section 8, taking away her home, taking away her mental health care does nothing but hurt all of the tax-paying citizens of California who don't deserve to have a crazy homeless shitbag Mary afflicted on us. All right? Nobody. So to anybody listening who has ever sent an email to a housing authority, a landlord, or a mental health official, anybody who's ever considered writing a note to Mary's Section 8 or to her food stamps, stop it. Just stop it. Just please, for the love of Christ, stop it. I would rather a couple of pennies out of my personal taxes go to supporting this crazy bitch in one safe little place that keeps her landlord from going underwater in today's economy in this state, and that keeps her crazy, disgusting ass off the street in the middle of a pandemic where she can actually hurt people. Just leave her alone. Leave her alone. Like they say in the farms, don't touch the poo. Just leave her be. Us here as California citizens, and I happen to know at least one of these people that has done this, has never even stepped foot in the United States. What? You're not helping us, girl. You're not helping us. Knock it the fuck off. All right?
Exactly, niece.
Yeah. I'm not gonna not gonna say names.
Okay, sorry, my bad.
We need Mary to just be left the hell alone, because she does contribute our tax dollars and the money that the Section 8 is, which comes specifically from the locale of LA. And I don't live anywhere. I'm not in Southern California, I'm in Northern California, but I know how Section 8s work. I've known people on them, and that money, it is tax fueled mostly, but that is going straight back into the pockets of the taxpayers, because the property owner is a taxpayer. The property owner has to keep his head above water. There is a lot of rent control going on in Los Angeles. He can't afford to lose a tenant right now during COVID, while tenants have been left and right allowed to get away with murder as far as not paying our rent, but the landlords have not, and they have to keep paying the bank. So I guarantee that man is significantly behind in what he owes on the bank. Man, woman, could be a corporation. I don't know. Whoever owns the building she lives in, they are probably almost underwater because of what's just happened, 2 years of pandemic lockdown. So to try and get her thrown on the streets just to hurt her, it doesn't make any sense, because she can handle it. She can handle being homeless. It's not going to bother her none. It's going to hurt the citizens that live around her. It's going to hurt the children that live around her. It is going to hurt the people who own that property, who need that money to pay for that rent. Please stop trying to hurt the communities of the innocent people who are taxpayers, who are working contributors to the California economy. Just stop it.
Exactly.
That's it. That's my message. Thank you for letting me get on that little soapbox. I'm going to step down. It's just I feel very strongly about that. It's very troubling to me that somebody who is absolutely unaffected by Mary's existence in California, but I am. My family, we are affected by Mary's existence in California. It troubles me greatly that somebody would be trying to negatively impact her just because they hate her in a way that will ultimately not hurt her at all, but it will hurt my family. It will hurt thousands of other families in California. It will directly hurt the business or property owner that rents to her. It's just so unnecessary and unfair. And I understand the people or person doing this think they are doing the right thing. They think they're doing the right thing. I'm here to really drive home the point that you're not doing the right thing. You're not doing a good thing.
You're
And
no
if you
better
get
than
your way,
her.
you're gonna, yeah, truly. I mean, it's really, it's a dark thing to try and
Whoever
do.
these trolls are doing, trying to get her to go back on the streets, you're no better than her.
Correct. Yeah,
And
correct.
this is just
Yeah.
the dumbest thing anyone has ever done. I mean, dude, you're not gonna change a thing. You're not gonna change it. She'll choose to leave if she wants to. She
That's
doesn't
right.
care about being in a home. She cares about people believing that she is a victim.
That's right. And that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. If you want Mary to suffer, then ignore her. If you want Mary
Exactly.
to suffer, don't believe her stupid stories. Don't
Leave her
send
the
her
fuck
money.
alone, and she'll
Yeah.
go crazy. I mean,
Yeah.
AP and
It's that simple.
Daywave, they've tried ignoring her. And
Yeah.
guess what? And how?
And she
Let's
comes
see how
barking around
that.
because she wants the attention. She loves the attention. She can't live without their attention. Drives her crazy.
Yeah, exactly. And I see the same thing with other people, like Trisha.
Yeah.
Trisha, who, I mean, you tried leaving a locale alone, and they will go completely insane.
It's true. Yes. Now, the lolcows live for the attention, and Mary is no exception to that rule. And good golly, we just gave her more attention than she probably has ever deserved. But yeah.
Oh, she's gonna get more.
Oh, she'll get more. Absolutely. And one of these days, I'm going to get around to organizing my documents and just I when I say I've been having health problems, I've been having some serious health problems. So one of these days when I'm able to, I'm going to organize, the paperworks and things that I have, and I will read off as I did for the most part tonight. I'll read them off chronologically and make videos that basically put together digestible chunks of what's going on with the truth behind Mary, such as the living will and the $10,000 and the property. And there's so much more. There's so much more. Mary, I've openly called her. I've openly accused her of killing her grandmother on my Twitter, and I believe it 100%. Her grandmother did not trip and fall, and that's for another day. But her grandmother would not have been in the ground before January 1st of 2016 if Mary had not wanted that to be so. And she made sure that that was so. The grandmother is dead because Mary wanted her dead.
Ah.
To sum it up, not in a nutshell, and I do have documents that can support this. I'm not here for it. I gotta go.
Share that in a private DM.
Yeah. Well, I'll sum it up real quick. She had a boyfriend at the time who's a meth addict, according to her. Maybe he wasn't. I do know that he's in recovery now, according to himself. Her boyfriend at the time, she claims, stood in her grandmother's kitchen and said, "If your grandmother ever dies, I'll move in and pay all the bills and take care of you." Miraculously, like the next day, grandma's in the hospital with a broken hip, and she never came out, and she died. Now, the part that people don't know, that Mary will never admit, she lies about this, is that the grandmother did not just trip and fall after getting off the phone and hanging up on one of her daughters. The grandmother was found on the other side of the living room, crumpled up like old laundry in the corner.
So like how Alice Helton was found.
She was found beaten and broken, and she had been left for over 24 hours in that spot. And because Mary thought she was dead, she thought she had beat her to death, and she went in the next room and got high on some narcotics and pissed away the night, cutting herself in the room, doing whatever the fuck she does for a good time. And 24 hours later, she saw grandma was still breathing, and that's when she called 911. Okay. And the reason we know this is because a paramedic told the daughters. We know this because the paramedics that found her told the daughters where she was found and in what condition and how long she'd been there. And During her hospital stay, Mima refused to be alone with Mary. She was terrified of her. Okay. Mima died because of Mary. Because Mary thought if she could get rid of her, then her boyfriend Chris was going to come move in and take care of her. And then she wouldn't have to deal with her nagging, uptight grandma that owned the property and supported her. And of course, because Mary can't keep a man for more than 5 minutes because she's a crazy bitch, this guy chucked out. Like, I would too if you beat your grandma to death, but whatever. But, you know, he left. And there is, it's one of my documents I have saved as a Facebook post. I think it's from December, might be November, I think it's December of 2015, where she wrote a novel on her Facebook wall, crying and sniveling about, woe is me. This man stood here, you know, at this time 2 months ago and said that if anything happened to grandma, he'd take care of me. But now he left me. So, yeah, she told on herself. She told on herself. Okay.
Not looking good for you, Mary. Not
Now,
looking good
Mary,
for you.
this is why I'm mad. This is why I am angry that they did not charge her with Roberta's murder in Florida, because her grandmother she probably wouldn't be here any longer. She was very old at the time, but she wouldn't have died when she did and in the terrible way that she died if Mary had been in prison. She would have been safe if Mary had not been there to harm her. And I'm saying this because I believe this. With my whole chest, I say this. I believe that Mary is responsible for the death of her grandmother, and I wish that the state of Florida would put her in prison for what she did to Roberta. That's the only way I'm going to be okay with her getting taken off of the hands of the California taxpayers, is if it winds up with her being locked up in a state prison out there where she belongs. That's it. If somebody wants to write letters to the police, I mean, I wouldn't recommend doing that, but I mean, if you want to put your letter writing energy somewhere, put it into writing to the police of the area where Roberta was murdered, and sending links to the district attorney office for all the new evidence of her putting out new story and contradictions in the book she sold and all this, where she clearly has reformed this story to fit multiple narratives and is not being honest about the death of Roberta Laws and her involvement. Put that energy to letter writing there, not to the facilities that are keeping her supported in California, because you're just going to put more people in harm's way out here. And we don't need that shit. We don't need it. You know? So there's good energy that could be expended to the letter writing, as I'm trying to say. That's all I'm saying. But
does more harm than good.
Absolutely, it does a lot more harm than good, you know. And I don't even think that a letter writing campaign to the DA, I don't think that would do any damn good right now either. I do think there is potential that if people were to pull together, I mean, it happens all the time. Internet sleuths have caught serial killers. I do think there's potential to pull together the right amount of evidence, but you have to do it right. Just sitting around ranting in emails, that's not going to do it. That'll never do it. All that does is annoy people. Pulling together a valid set of evidence showing that Mary herself has put out new evidence since the 2009 murder trial. And she has. Many of her videos that still exist in archive form and her book all tell very different stories. And all of those stories are very different from the ones that she told at the time of the trial. There's absolutely new evidence out there. So if that were compiled properly and carefully, somebody possibly could convince the state of Florida to reopen a case against her. And there's never, ever any statute of limitations on murder. So Mary could, she may never go to prison for it. It could happen next week. It could happen in 30 years. She better sleep with one eye open, because it's her big mouth that keeps putting the info out. That's all I got to say. I want to thank you for having me. It's always lovely to talk to you.
I want to thank you for being here with this information because there are some people who don't even know the full story. I mean,
Yeah.
I myself don't know the full story about Adrastia and how much of a disgusting human being she really is.
She really is, yeah. Yeah,
Right.
it's pretty bad. Some of the things she's done, like I said, I haven't even, I mean, we're at the tip of the iceberg, you know. All the stuff under sea level, it's frightening how dark it gets. It really is.
I know.
Yeah. But you know, like this is why I said digestible chunks. We have to take off small, easy to chew, digestible bites when talking about Mary. And somehow I turned it into a 3 hour, 4 hour thing anyway. When I'm sitting here, turn it into 3 hours. Of course I did. When I'm trying to like just sum up 3 little points, it turns into 3 1 hour points. But I I really appreciate you giving me the time and giving me your platform. Thank you.
You're welcome. Right.
And if there's anybody still out there in the audience, I thank you, Michael Hatfield, for being here. And it's very good to see you. And if Platty ever comes back to listen, thank you. And if Kathy ever has a chance to listen to this, I hope I did you justice in telling the things that you and I have spoken about. And if I did not, please, ma'am, call me out and correct me, because the last thing I want to do is to ever discredit or disrespect the experiences and words of Kathy. Okay? So I'm going to go now. Thank you
right.
so much.
You're
Love
welcome.
you, Rick.
All right.
Everybody have a great night.
All right. See you next. Now, welcome. Well, that was a wonderful experience. I mean, yes, we droned on. I mean, oh my god. Anyway, that's gonna do it for tonight. I'm sorry if this was like 4 hours long, but this really needed to be said. And honestly, I hope somewhere out there, someone who will watch the replay. I'm pretty sure but I'm just hoping. This will be my message until the next time I do another Adrastia stream, which I won't be doing this Sunday because we have already said what needed to be said tonight. But Mary, I know you're watching this because you claim that you don't watch our shit, but I know damn well you do. What Reality Check has said for the duration of the 4 hours that we've been on here, it's not looking good for you. All the shit that we have said, that we have discussed, that Reality Check has discussed with me, it proves that you are nothing more than a pathological liar. And you can blame everyone else for it. You can blame Adonis Paul. You can blame Aunt Kathy. You can blame Daywave Radio. You can blame even God himself. But it's not going to change the fact that, yeah, you're not the right person who should be talking shit about a will, knowing that you have no accountability or no knowledge on how to manage money. You can't even take care of yourself. I mean, honestly, those Facebook posts, those screenshots, if you can try and go ahead, Mary, go ahead and refute everything that we've discussed. Go ahead and refute all that shit. We got the screenshots. I can go to Reality Check and ask to provide some screenshots. I mean, she's got the screenshots. We got them. So your plan on trying to play the victim, trying to act as if you're a victim, it's not going to work. You're just going to make everyone hate you even the more. And honestly, I have to ask this question to you, Adrastia. with a sense of sincerity. Was it all worth it? All this bickering, all this crying, all this victim blaming. Was it all worth it? The reason why you're losing this fight is simple. You pissed off the wrong people. And that's all I can say. I have nothing more to say, but all I can say is this. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you, Reality Check, for coming on here and pretty much describing everything, for providing us with the facts about the type of person Adrassia really is. And I want to thank my audience for sticking around, even though there's only one person left. And most people dipped out, probably because other people were doing streams around the same time. But regardless, you guys have been so great to me. And hopefully soon, I will be getting more subscribers in the near future. Probably. I mean, if you like this shit, if you like my streams, please click that like button, share this shit around, and subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. If you want to don't support me in other ways, you can donate to my PayPal or my Cash App. Or you can follow me on Twitter at rgjaime91 or email me if you have to. That's going to do it for tonight's stream. And Mary, I'm going to end this off with a song. Listen to the lyrics because they pretty much describe what kind of person you really are. I'm going to end this off with a song. I'm pretty sure it's copyright material, but listen to the lyrics, Mary, because it describes the type of person you really are. That's all I have for tonight. Good night, good morning, or good evening, good night, or wherever you are. I am Rickzilla, and I will see you guys in the near future. Peace out, folks. Shit.